All right, hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, CG? Good to see you, good to see you. All right, so I did a little work on the old rope shovel here last night. I completely redid the arm and the stick. So essentially before it was on pivots and it would lift up and raise up into the top position. There were some somewhat issues with that. It wasn't too bad, so I tried a couple things, like for example putting some connectors on there that it would come up and it would hold the connectors, and then the pivots could take the pressure off, but then the issue was it would actually pull the pivots. And so I'm trying to make sure we don't get any phantom forces with it. So it ends up going to about a 45-degree angle anyway, so I decided to go and just make it permanently raised like this, because they're permanently affixed. You can't raise that arm up and down. They bring them up and then they put them, they have stay cables to hold it. So I redid that, changed out some of the stays, changed out the bracketing here for the stays. What else did I do? It's more of a boxed frame, so I put that in. I redid and I rounded the stick here. As you can see, it's rounded now, like the real one. The other thing too here is that with having it in the raised position, I don't have to have this artificially high so that it can sit flat. So this now can sit better. It has better performance. I think it will be a lot less laggy. Not that it was that bad, but I couldn't spawn in with an add-on. I have not tested if it will go in with an add-on. I don't really need it to be an add-on, but the benefits is this should eliminate pretty much most, if not all, the phantom forces, just making it more consistent. So let's take a quick look at it. So, that doesn't have to raise up anymore. The cables can be pretty much almost start tensioned as they need to be. Just a lot better performance of how it both functions, and I think it will be better in-game, especially for multiplayer. So kind of take a look here is, I also was doing these sideways grippers. I'm not doing that anymore. I don't think I need it, and it's actually, there's a benefit to it, is there's a spot here, if you watch when I pull up. Now, from here, it's going to try to pull it forward. When it had the locking grippers, it just put a lot of force on it and could cause physics problems. Now, as you can see, it causes it to slide because the brakes can be overcome. So it gives it a little bit of flexibility so that if I'm doing something that is ill-advised, you can see it's still sliding forward, it will essentially slide on those gripper tracks, and it will put it in the right position so that it's not fighting the forces, because that will cause phantom physics. And so I think that's a lot better there. But we had a fun multiplayer stream on Saturday. That was good. Ended up, for those who may have seen, I did 2 streams on Saturday. We did the multiplayer stream. I think we did like 4 hours. We had fun mining. We had some lag issues. I think part of it was I spawned up the train, and the cars that I made are very unoptimized. They're just too many blocks. How's it going there, Amanda? Good to see you. And so they were causing issues, just having all the train out. And it's kind of a pain to bring the train out every time. And so what I ended up doing was, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Let's go over there. I ended up making a facility that it will end up going in the multiplayer world and staying in the multiplayer world. We tested it out. It was there's no lag. We're at 68 frames the whole time. With just the facility, and then putting in all the vehicles, we had really good frames. So, let's go ahead and load that add-on up. Where is it? Captain Ore storage facility right there. So this is the storage facility, and so it's all hidden in here. There are copious amounts of ducts, all these ductings there. As you can see, they're in here. Let's see. I forget the number of them. What was it? I forget how many are in there, but it holds 41,000 ore, I think. And it has 2 dump spots. So this is kind of what this facility was supposed to be about. It's just visual in game, but I've made it work. So now we'll be able to go in here, and what we'll do is we'll be able to mine, bring down the aluminum, dump it in here, and store it. And this facility, like I said, will hold 41,000, so it holds quite a bit. And then what we could do is, if we want, we could put the mining vehicles away and then bring the train out and deliver it. So pull underneath here, and as you see, there are many funnels, so it drops very quickly, so should be able to fill the cars very fast. Could probably get at least 2 cars in there at a time, depending on the size of the cars. And there are 4 slots. So, theoretically, we'd be filling, let's say, 12 cars at once. So that's pretty quick to be able to fill up the train and then get out of there, because we have to split the cars off on the different tracks. And so that's what this facility would be, intended for. IRL is they would belt the ore up top, and then you'd be able to drop it in the train when it comes. So I think that's a much better system. I was having issues with the mother bin. I spent a lot of time making that mother bin, and then it was a little bit too long for 90-degree track segments. And then, we'd have to watch it to make sure it didn't overfill and stuff like that. So this is just, I think, a much better system. And then the other thing, too, is it's a lot of, requires a lot of intervention and work, where we have to, somebody should go down and, help run the train when somebody dumps. And so somebody has to stop what they're doing to go down there. Now it's very simple. You come down, you dump in here, and you leave, So you don't have to sit here and babysit it, which is nice. So that was the other thing that was done, and that was pretty good. And let's look F1. As you see here, I'm at 62 FPS. So, there's no lag here. I was afraid that with having as many ducts as it has, it would cause issues, but it's having no issues. So that's really good as well. Tested the facility out, works really, really nicely. So quite happy with that. I think that's going to be a fun solution here. We've got the major update coming Wednesday, fishing nets, which I'm really excited about. We'll do some multiplayer. Likely what I'm going to my plan is Wednesday is to do a stream Wednesday. I don't know what time it'll come out. Sometimes they come out pretty late, the devs on that. So we might start with something and then, transition over. I might just work on that fishing boat, because I need to kind of get the new parts to see what we're going to have to do to finish that. Likely what I would guess is that the update is going to come out, end of workday for them is probably about 2 p.m. my time. So if it comes out 2 p.m. my time, that we can kind of rock and roll with that. Might be too late for a multiplayer stream on Wednesday, but we might do it Thursday. So I'll play it by ear. Thank you, Amanda, for 9 months. Appreciate that. So, great. Thank you very much. Manda has been on Captain's Crew for 9 months. Appreciate it. Excellent. Am I correct? The flywheel goes before the clutch? Yes, that's correct. Yep. Flywheel goes before the clutch. So, let's look at an engine diagram. So, the whole point of a flywheel is it is conservation of energy. So, it's helping the engine remain spinning. Here's one with a good flywheel on it. That's crankshaft sprocket. I'm trying to find one with a good flywheel on it so I can see a picture. Engine flywheel diagram. So, it helps the motor keep spinning. And so, you want it before the clutch. Because you essentially don't want it, let's say you put it post clutch and you're trying to stop. Now you're trying to stop a heavy spinning mass. So you wouldn't want that. That's counterproductive. But you want to keep the engine spinning. And then when you detach the clutch from the wheels, the engine will still spin, and that flywheel will help it stay spinning. So real quick, here's a big flywheel here. So just weighted flywheel. There's a bunch of things they'll do with them. Sometimes they'll put teeth on them so that they can be used for starting, where the Bendix will pop out and spin off the gear. Bunch of different setups for different applications. Here's another one. Tend to be if you have a big heavy-duty engine, they'll tend to have big flywheels, because that's part of the torque. So if you think about here's a big diesel. Right here, if you think of a big diesel, this might be a tractor engine. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is an i6. So you'd have the clutch plates, and then so when you want to get moving in the truck and you apply the clutch, it's going to slow down. The wheels are now getting connected to the engine. That's gonna try to slow down the engine. Well, because the flywheel and all the mass of the pistons going up and down, that will help the engine keep going, so that helps you to start moving again. you know, and it maintains that. It makes it less susceptible to RPM changes. So in game, I tend to like flywheels for any application where I have to do starts and stops. So like, for example, trucks, I put them in my trucks. I tend not to put them in my cars. With the problem is if you have a heavy weight, right, objects at rest, you know, tend to stay at rest. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion. So they resist changes in speed, essentially. So with a car or a race car, something like that, that you want to do, you want to accelerate, you want to decelerate. Accelerate, decelerate as you're making turns and maybe racing around fast. You don't want too big a flywheel because it's going to reduce the dynamism of the engine and how fast you can change the speed of the engine. With a truck, you want that to be consistent. You want to that help getting started, and then you want to maintain that momentum and speed because you have that heavy load going, and so it helps to give you that torque when you need it. All right, let's see. All right, so let's work on this rope shovel a little bit here. All right, so did some good work on this last night. Got it pretty well set up. I'm trying to see what else I want to do on this. Functionally, it's working really well, so let's see. Let's see, did we get into breakers yet? I don't know if we want to do that yet. The real one has a ladder going all the way up here. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think it's going to look too tall if I do that. But, yeah, I like the new arm. At first, I was kind of eh. But I'm really liking it now. It's going to really streamline it. Like, this was a whole separate section. You know, the more sub-bodies you have, the more likely you can have some problems. And then it could cause issues for other people in multiplayer. So I think it's a much better solution. Actually, one thing I want to work on today is, let me bring up a pic here. I took a screenshot. Let's see what is it. Panther low loader. So they have these low loaders to move incredibly heavy equipment around the mines, and the company's Panther. And I want to build one of these because I've been trying to figure out a good way to move some of the equipment around. Like the off-road mining vehicles are pretty easy to get there. You can just drive them. The rope shovel is kind of a pain to move over there. It's not terrible, but something like this would be better. So as you can see, this one's a smaller one. This has like the chassis that you would use for those are like articulated dump trucks there. Trying not to pull the YouTube videos here and play them, but you can see here is essentially a mining dump truck without the bed on it. They sell just these chassis. And you can use them, you know, they'll have water trucks that they take that chassis for. Or they'll actually use them here. You can see in this diagram, this is the biggest trailer they have. And so it's just a low loader trailer with the dump truck there, essentially, with no bed on it. And they put a fifth wheel on it. And you can haul the big equipment out. So that'd be kind of nice because I'd ideally like to not have to spawn this with an add-on. I'd like to be able to drag it out there because there's going to be so many times that I want to... that I need to bring it back for testing. So here's one right here in pink. So as you can see, you have the big standard dump truck essentially with no dumper on it, and then you have this big low loader, and then you drive the equipment on, and then the big hydraulic rams there, and they push the wheels down, lifting it up. So that's, I'm thinking, something I want to make today. Yeah, like I put them on. My dump truck has a flywheel on it. I would recommend it for heavy operations. It's good. You know, when you're trying to get moving, right? So, you know, the more mass the engine has moving at, so force is mass times acceleration. So you already have a pretty heavy big diesel engine. If you add a flywheel to it that is like, say, double, or let's say it's the same mass of the engine. It's not going to be, but let's say it's the same mass of the engine, and your engine's idling at 3 RPS. That means, you know, your acceleration rate, you know, would essentially be that. And then you have the mass of the engine. The more the mass is, the more force you have. So you can either accelerate more, you can rev up, or you can have more mass, or a combination of both. And so, for example, like most cars that are manual, you have to rev up as you let the clutch out because the engine's not making that much torque. With like a big tractor, I mean like a semi-tractor, or a regular tractor, you can pretty much just start slowly lifting up the clutch, and you don't want to give it any sort of accelerator because you'll just you'll end up slipping clutch plates, you'll end up spinning the tires, torquing the frame, you'll do all these negative things. You know, you don't need to. You have oodles of torque at hand. You don't need it. You just need to lift your foot up off the clutch pedal. So here's one right here. This is a Cat 793D that is towing the low loader trailer. So I think that's what I'm gonna do is I'll make a version of this of my 785 that has a fifth wheel on it and make this trailer. I think that's what I'll do today because I want to be able to get that out to the mine. I'd like to do some multiplayer mining soonish. We're probably next we'll be doing the fishing. But yeah, what the hell is this thing? But here, this is a different version of the trailer. I don't know if that will work well in game. These wheels, instead of having ramps, these go off the sides. I'm not going to do that. I'll just make my trailer wider. But here you can see a loader on one. So I think that's a good plan. Let's think of that last. I was reading some chat there. Oh, nice. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and let's see. I don't think I changed anything on this. Let's go ahead and start this. So I want to take some quick measurements on this sucker. Yeah, it's about there. Don't need, actually, you know what? Let's just measure the tracks. That's all I need is the tracks, and I'll add like two or three on either side. So let's see. That is 29 wide, so the same as a container. And then let's see how long this sucker is. We're talking 43. Okay, 43 and 29. So let me, I'm gonna actually make a new, trying to make a new dock for every vehicle I build. It just makes it a hell of a lot easier to keep track of it. All right, so this is gonna be the, I'll name it the Panther low loader. That's the one I'm kind of emulating after. All right, so let's start fresh here. All right, and let's see. Do my purple to start with here. So I'm trying to, let me see if I get, trying to get some diagram. Don't have too many good diagrams. Let me see. All right, we'll kind of go through some of these diagrams. So this is one of the smaller ones. I'm looking for the twin axle here for some of the bigger stuff. So we'll probably do, see how twin axle works in game. I'm curious. It looks right here like they have 2 pivot points. I think that's going to end up doing 2 pivot points. That makes sense to do. Like, here's a good side view of it. Big, long gooseneck. Yep. All right, good. So it's kind of inspired by that. I'm not going to make it, yeah, it's not going to be the exact same thing. All right, good. So that's a good little bit of information there on it. And I've got the dimensions of the, what it needs to be. All right, so let's build the actual platform first. So I need at least 29. So I'm going to do probably, let's see. Let's do 29 and 6. All right, so 35. What are we at there? It's 41. There we go. All right, there's 35. And then I said 43. We'll go a little bit longer than that. Let's go like 50. 50 on that. That will give me an odd. Okay. So this is going to essentially be the deck plate that this sits on. And then I've got kind of a 3 wide on there. So I want the 3 gap. And we can cut all the way up to here with the 4 bangers. I don't know why I cut one block too many there. All right, there we go. All right. So that's kind of the platform there. I'm trying to see what they have on for side rails. They do have side rails on there, so let's put just some railings on there for now. All right, so that's kind of the main platform, and then we want to definitely work the wheels. Might go a third down on this. Yeah, let's go with another one down on this. We'll go 3 down total. Make this a thickie. All right, good. And then the wheels. Let's see if we can get away with a single axle. I don't know if we will or not, but let's try it. Do a power pivot here. All right. Don't think it matters what side we're on here, but let's do wheels. Okay. Try to count the blocks here, how many I need. 6, okay. Let me count, actually, I'm gonna count that again here. Let's see. Count again. Screwed up the count. I'm gonna count from here. 5. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, good. So those are the wheels for it. Try with a single set. If I need a double set, we'll put that on there. May do all right with a single set. Now let's go. I want to make what looks like the mechanism here. Let's go up from there, maybe. I think. Probably actually go forward a little bit. That's not gonna work right. Let's see. Let's see if I find a picture of the mechanism. I'm trying to get the angle right on this hydraulics, so it looks right. Not gonna actually do anything. So let's see. Okay, kind of forward like that. All right. So yeah, it's pretty much it's pinned right at a level. Okay. stools on that, like so. Let's see. That would be all the way. We need to go up more, so let's figure this. There we go. First, join these first here. Okay. I'm just gonna guess on this for now, and then I'll fix it later. I gotta put the take the power off of them. Stand by. Catch up with chat in a second, guys. How's it going there, Zaki? Good to see you, Zaki. That's good. Glad you could join us there, Zaki. How's it going there, Ivan? How are you? What's the equation to work out RPS from speed and wheel circumference? So get your wheel circumference. So, I believe it's pi r squared for circumference. I like doing the circumference calculator just because it's you can change your units and then you don't have to convert your units. So you have to find the radius, which is from the hub to the edge. So like if you came in here and let's measure these out. So they're 5s, so they're 5 across, I believe. Well, I zoomed them in, so I extended them. They're not. These are 9s. So this should be, let's say, that's about 5 blocks across, right? So let's go circumference calculator. So the radius in meters, right, is going to be, so it's 5 blocks, so it's 1.25. That's going to give us a circumference of 7.8 meters. Now, it's a little bit off that we're not accurate. We're not measuring that accurately, so you might want to put a correction. So what I tend to do is I will go off of the linear speed is more accurate, and then I will put in the correction so that it matches the linear speed. But that's your circumference, right? So it'll be RPS times that. So one RPS would mean you're going 7.8 meters per second. 2 RPS would be double that, you know. And so that's essentially what you're doing is you've got your circumference of your wheel, and then you're just multiplying that by the RPS of the wheel. So don't do it by the RPS of your engine. You have to like put a torque RPS node on the pipe so you know how fast your wheel is moving, and then you just multiply it by the circumference. And you can do that as a speedo. All right, let's test these now. That got close and it didn't want to grab here. Let's see. Will you grab, sir, madam? There you go. Okay. So, probably, let's see. Up and to the right, I would say. We probably can go with that. I go to here. Grab, huh? Problem is they kind of flail out, so it's tough to get it to come back in. Grab here. Alright. So that's about, actually that, shit, they were right the first time. I have to go up as well, so I didn't really forgot about that. And then let's grab a throttle. Yeah, we'll run the run these wheels through their paces here. I should have gone the other way too. Let's go -1 on that. Make it small. It's like 10%. -1. There we go. Those grab, and then let's go. That'll be raise, and then this will be. Okay, so we don't get it completely. Actually, when that's tilted, that will probably be lower. That'll probably be all right there. Let's go a little bit further away on these pistons. They don't need to go down very much. They do need to come up, though. So let's go there. All right, those are good. Let's go up. Go up. All right, and then that will be, the gooseneck will be attached. So we want to be able to get on this while it's just sitting off. So like that. Let's change the deck a little bit. It's a little bit steep, I think. Let's put some, let's de-steepen this a little bit. That's a little bit ridiculous. Ridic. I think what I'll do is just actually cut these out to, I might just cut all this shit out to 4s, I think, is what I'm going to end up doing here. Alright, let's just do that. Let's just cut them all out to 4s. That's going to be better. Should make it up a 1. Probably actually don't need it that tall. Let's do that. Let's do that. Looking a little too dummy thick. Alright, so that will be able to go up pretty high to clear obstacles, and then with the wheels just about flush like that, the vehicle can drive right on. Excellent. How's it going there, David? Not too much. Making a low loader for the ultra large equipment. So there's a Panther low loader. As you can see, it can take some of the biggest mining machines. Like this is their biggest one. Actually, they have a bigger one than that. They have a twin axles on it. But you essentially tow it with the chassis of one of the mining dump trucks here. And so I want to do this so I can get that rope shovel easily out there. Because I do not want to have to spawn that with a add-on. I'd much rather drive it out when I use it. You know, it's going to stay there when it's not in use, but for a lot of the time, it's going to be in use. All right, good. So let's go ahead and save this. All right, let's grab the 785. And I need to measure. Might as well make the version I'm going to use. So let's do that. Generally, I like to finish it. There's most of it's is pretty close to being finished anyway. So now where are my micros? Okay, I got to make sure I don't delete all the micros out, or else I'm going to be sad. Let's cut that. So it's funny to see these chassis. They have a lot of these. They have a bunch of these chassis and like put the water truck on it and stuff like that. All right, let's pull these and get ready to move them. They're gonna be a pain in the ass to move because there's a lot of them, but some of them aren't gonna be used anymore. So. There we go. Alright, good. So a lot of this we can mend, and then we're good to go, I think. That can go, that's for the dump body. These are for to keep rocks out between the duels. Alright, so I'm kind of trying to see where this will sit. It needs a 5th wheel. Let's go ahead and we'll drag a 5th wheel in from something. 5th wheel. We do. There's a 5th wheel with the controller. Nice. Alright, so just ahead of the axle, somewhere like that. I don't think it needs to be too high. I'm trying to see how high they are IRL. So let's see. We have a diagram. They're pretty high. They're above wheel line. And then they're boxed. So let's go up 1, I'd say. Probably that's pretty good there. Okay. A lot of this can go out. That was just for the, that's for the dumper body. We're not using the dump body on this one. Okay. Alright, there's the chassis. Let's put the 5th wheel release handle there. We're probably going to not want to do it off this key. We're going to probably want to do it somewhere where we can reach it. You would be reaching up there for it. You'd probably just make a pneumatic. Let's see. What do we got here? We've got transmission, tractor, lighting, dump bed controller. Adieu. What are you, sir? You are a speed RPM, so... Oh, I had symmetry on. Symmetry, you devil. Let's cut that out. Don't need that. Okay, and then let's see where we can hide this crap. Put a bunch of it right here on the deck plate. I should put most of it right there. That's where it'll go. All right. Let's get as much of that in there as I can. And just the last one needs to come on. Actually, we'll flip it. And then the, just that last... I see where the 2-banger is. Which one's the 2-banger? This one. Okay, so let's see. Grab you to you. Cut you, go right down. That's the nice thing about a big build is lots of space. And, like, you know, I wish I had completely finished this before I started doing this for just ease on this, but I can easily make corrections, or, like, often, like, stuff like this, it's a different model anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let's fix some of this color here. Symmetry go back on, please. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Alright, nice. And then let's see, we want to do electricity because I have this all plumbed up. So let's go. And then this should be hot bust. So where's the hot bust? Right there. Alright, hot bust. Alright, so that kind of tells me where this needs to be. So this will be the 75 semi. Yeah, so this 785 will do the towing here. Let's see. Need to find height off of the deck here. So the height of the kingpin is going to be, if I can get a straight line going there, there we go. And then what's the deck? 12. Okay. And so it needs to be 12 off the deck, not when the wheels are up. So let's, actually, this is about ride height, so that's actually about right where I want it. All right, good. So let's go down. Get you on the ground, you scumbag. This hanger's a pain in the ass because it spawns everything super high. Let's go down. All right, let's go 12 up. There's no way it's that low. I don't know, maybe it is. We'll check it. We will check it. All right. Yeah, so this will also make it fun to transport stuff too. It's like a big part of it's just like having fun getting these things out there too. Is sometimes the logistics can be a pain in the ass. So if you can make it fun, it is you know, not a drag. It's actually something you want to do. You know. Let's try putting. We'll see how this looks here in a second. Alright, so let's save that. And we'll make the adjustments here. Alright, so let's see how many we need to go up. I need to go up 2. Okay. Good to know. Oh, stop. Oh, stop. Go. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna end up like that's not gonna work. The old doing it by ore because it's like how do I add up? Like I'm not gonna end up doing that thing where I like we try to do like almost like a competition because it's just too hard. It's like I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be filling a lot of stuff. So what? How do we count me? How do we count other people that are just running buckets? So I think I don't think it's gonna be like there's gonna be other things that I think would be better, like fish stuff like that is kind of doable, but. Probably not gonna end up doing the counting for ore. I don't want I don't want the mining trucks to be too big. The whole point is like I'm not gonna pass any more like huge mining trucks. Like you kind of take hints from what I make is there's a reason why I made my equipment the size I did is because you start getting the mining trucks too full. It takes like literally this is what's gonna happen. So I'll put a stop to this now because I see people gonna just keep like trying to build the biggest monstrosities. And again, I'm not gonna authorize everything to be in this multiplayer stream. It's like, I gotta keep track of the lag and everything else. So let's just keep this in mind here. So you can find the map here. Stand by. The whole point of this is we need trips. We don't need. And that's what is going to keep this entertaining and for all of us is we already had this issue last time with the last mining stream. There's a reason why I made my capacity about the same. I literally looked at Caterpillar's smallest mining dump truck for a reason. I did not build an enormous dump truck because I did not want enormous dump trucks. So this is the problem is... Last time, we've got me sitting here with the 749 mining. Okay, so I'm sitting there, and we had dump truck, and we had 2 dump trucks sitting there the entire time waiting because it takes forever to load up the dump truck. Like I said, there's a reason why when I made my dump truck, it is literally the smallest dump truck possible that Caterpillar made. And the reason is because the goal and what's going to be fun is this, is you have me mining, you have a dump truck pull up, okay? Dump truck pulls up. All right, there's 1 dump truck being loaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 swings, and that dump truck drives away and goes and dumps. So that's the goal, is that's downtime. All right, that is what the whole point of having the small dump truck is the dump truck needs to go and dump. Okay, now while that dump truck is dumping, the other one's on its way. So right around the time that you're getting to your 6th fill, the second dump truck is just pulling up. I do not want the second dump truck sitting there for 25 minutes. That's boring as shit having somebody sitting doing nothing. So that's why I do not want these enormous capacities and why I'm not bringing in any more enormous capacity dump trucks. Is this one's going to, I do not want 2 sitting here. Like Rasmus was sitting here doing nothing the whole time, And so that's not fun to have. And then, you have another one sitting here and another one sitting here. And so it takes you, 10 swings to fill dump truck 1, 10 swings to fill dump truck 2. So by the time you fill dump truck 2, this one is already back in line. So it ends up where you get too many in line sitting and waiting. That's not fun to have people just sitting there doing nothing. What's fun is you have this dump truck fills and he leaves, but right around the time he's leaving, a new dump truck shows up. The new dump truck is right here. So as soon as he leaves, this one comes into position. All right. Now, as he's on his way back, right? He heads all the way over to the aluminum mine. Then he heads back. By the time he gets back, this dump truck's almost full. You know, so I would say 3 dump trucks. Again, there's a reason why I don't want an enormous. Yeah, I'm not taking a 7,500 capacity dump truck. I'm going to put a limit on these dump trucks right now. 3,000 max capacity for multiplayer. Done. You know, it's going to end up being like it was last time. Like, I was already, like, hemming and hawing about letting Alistair bring his dump truck because the capacity was too big. You know, it's going to end up with people sitting there doing nothing because you have one person who brought a ridiculously large dump truck. It's not happening. 3,000 max. You know, that's already 3,000 divided by 450. I think it was 456. That's six bucket loads to fill it. You know. So, you know, you've got, the point is you want, you know, I want enough people to be able to run dump trucks that we should be able to have 3 or 4 dump trucks. If we have an enormous dump truck, we can have 1. Like, if we have a multiplayer session, only 3 people to jump on, I don't mind bringing an enormous dump truck in. But if we have, like, 6 people on, I don't want some people feeling like they have nothing to do, or they're sitting there all day with the, you know, twiddling their thumbs because we're bringing this in. And again, I was very hesitant to let anybody bring their stuff into multiplayer anyway, and I didn't want to open the floodgates where everybody's going to be bringing their stuff into multiplayer either, because I have to check all these. It makes a hell of a lot of work for me. So let's not plan on bringing everybody's stuff in, okay? And again, 3,000 capacity is as much as I'm even considering, and I might still not let people bring their stuff in because it's, you know, I liked Alistair's truck, but the capacity, it was making it where the second person sits and does nothing the entire time, you know? And that's not fun for that person to sit around and do nothing, you know? And that's why I didn't build my dump truck to be enormous, was, you know, I could have built a 790, what is 797? Whatever the big cat one is. But I specifically chose not to for that reason, as I didn't want people sitting around doing nothing. I want people to, as soon as the truck's about to be filled, up here comes dump truck number 2. And then you start filling dump truck number 2, and by the time you're about to fill dump truck number 2, here comes dump truck number 3. You know, that's the whole point. You don't want to be sitting around doing nothing, twiddling your thumbs. So I just, the reason why I'm kind of going off on it right now is, like, I keep seeing more and more and more people, one, assuming that they're going to be able to bring their stuff to multiplayer, which is not the case. I don't want to have to be downloading 400 XML files and then checking them out, making sure there's nothing broken with them. Like, you saw that I spent a bunch of time trying to make sure that the server wasn't going to go lagged out. I did the ore facility to try to cut lag. It's hard for me to control other people's builds, you know, so we're not going to be playing this game. They're not going to be doing it. So, yeah. So, again, I'm not committing to bringing anyone's stuff in at all to multiplayer. Make it real simple. It's just like, you can see how it's going to be a logistics nightmare for me to check all these out. It's just not going to happen. And then I gotta chase down lag problems every episode and figure out what's causing the lag, you know? If it's something I built, if something somebody else built. You know, if it's all my stuff, then I know it's my stuff causing the lag. If not, I don't know where to attribute this lag to. Alright, there we go. That's loaded in. Let's lower the deck, make sure I can get the deck low enough. So I'm gonna put that right on Discord now. I'm just writing this message on the Discord right now. just finish this message and get back to it. I'm almost done with this message. All right, message is done. So I'll bring it up on screen here. So again, I'm nipping it in the bud because and I'm not picking on CG, but there's just a bunch of people who I keep seeing them making more stuff that one they assume will be in the multiplayer series. You got to understand that I'm trying to make sure that we don't have Lagfest 2008 here, and so part of this is if somebody's build like you saw me working on my builds for weeks here to make sure that they were working and nothing was broken. It's fine if something gets broken every once in a while, but you can imagine if we spend all this time getting set up and then half the builds are broken, it makes it a big pain in the ass. We can't do what we're there to do. We can't mine if half the builds are broken. So, you know, I don't want like, oh, here, let's bring in 5 new builds every play session. That makes it impossible for me to test them all out, and then we have to go despawn them. You can see how it's difficult for me to have to go back to the workbench in a multiplayer session and spawn vehicles. I often lag out everybody else when I'm in the workbench. Sometimes people's vehicles jump. If you noticed, I went to the workbench once at the beginning of the episode, and I did not go in again the entire time we played. That was on purpose to try to not screw everything up and cause builds to go flying and cause weird physics problems. The other thing, too, is, like, if we have builds that, for example, end up with phantom physics that are really bad, and they start flicking around and knock somebody's build off the cliff, it causes a ton of work for me and everyone else, and it can ruin the play session. So I'm not, like, you know, I don't mean to open up the floodgates by allowing a couple community builds in there. You know, the other thing, too, is I stayed in here. The whole reason I picked the 785 was it is literally the smallest dump truck Cat makes, and I did that so that, you know, as previously stated, I want one person sitting here being filled. Then the next person shows up and sits there for no longer than 5 minutes. The first person is full, they leave. The second person is now being filled. As the other person is about here, this dump truck is starting to arrive. And then as this dump truck arrives, this one is now full, they leave. Now this one is emptying, and this one is on its way. This one's getting filled, and they're about here. The other person is already on their way back, and then this one is about to be filled as that person is starting to arrive. So it's a constant motion, where at most you have one person sitting here. You can imagine, like I said, if you get 5 dump trucks all sitting here, and this one takes 20 minutes to fill, because it's huge, and then this one takes 20 minutes to fill because it's huge, and this one takes 20 minutes to fill because it's huge, and this one takes 20 minutes to fill. This person's sitting here for an hour, and then this person knows that by the time they get to the mine, to the dump spot and back, they're going to be in line waiting for an hour too. I don't want that. I want 5 minutes max on this person. The second person comes in 5 minutes, so at max you've got 10 in worst case scenario of people sitting there for 10 minutes, and the other people are driving, you know. So that's why I'm doing this. You know, again, I don't mean to pick on UCG. I'm not, you know, it's just there's a reason why I picked the small dump truck. This wasn't just, I didn't just pull it out of my hat. There was a lot of thought that went into it to make sure that the logistics work. You know, this is a big thing in logistics, is keeping the vehicles moving. You don't want you can have too big of a vehicle that it takes you a week to load. Like, imagine loading the biggest dump truck ever invented with a hand shovel, right? It would take you forever, right? So you don't want that. You want a wheelbarrow. So you want the right size equipment for the job, you know. And so, you know, there's a reason why I made mine is 2,800. You know, mine's 2,800. It's 6 swings of the bucket, and then you're gone. And then the next person does 6 swings, and they're gone. So that should take me 5 minutes to fill one of mine. That person leaves. And so you figure a round trip, like if a round trip is 15 minutes and each person's going to fill for 5, right? That's 5 minutes and a 15-minute swing. That takes you 20 minutes total to fill, go out, and back. And so if you know that's how long it's going to take you to go, you know you need 4 dump trucks. All right. And so then we know we can spawn 4 dump trucks, all right? I don't want a huge mishmash where you've got, you know, one dump truck is 3 times the size of the other one, and one is, you know, 2 times the size of the other one. It then screws the math all up. You got people sitting here, and then sometimes you've got the shovel sitting there doing nothing because nobody's around. And, you know, you've got the big one that heads off, and the big one's now gone. These guys have been sitting in line for 15 minutes. They get filled in 555, and now the big one hasn't even returned yet because it took forever to dump. You know, there's a reason why I chose, you know, the size that I did. Yeah. And that's why, you know, that's why I don't mean to pick on you for this, is it's You're not the first one I see making a big dump truck that I'm gonna get a message. Hey, I got this dump truck to put in multiplayer. It's like, no, 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 no. One, I'm not guaranteeing I'm putting anybody's stuff in multiplayer. You know, that wasn't the goal of letting some people's in, is to let everything in all the time. Yeah, it's nice to have a treat of having some other people's vehicles in, but again, they've got to be, I got to make sure they're optimized. I got to make sure they're not going to lag out the server. You know, you can kind of see how it could become a problem that if I can only go on the workbench once, and I go on the workbench, let me just quickly check this. If I go on the workbench once, right, and I spawn all the stuff, and it's the first time we've operated that machine, and then we have a ton of problems. Let's say your machine breaks down. Well, now I have to risk destroying everybody's builds by going back in the workshop, going back in the workbench, and so that's not what I want to do. You know, I don't want to be jumping in that workbench all the time because my build's broken. Let's we got to get that back. You know. So that's why I'm doing it. I don't mean to pick on CG. I'm just trying to put a stop to it now so people don't spend 100 hours building a build and then they're like, oh, why can't I use mine? You know, that's why I'm trying to do it now, is just to let everybody know now so that they don't expect that that's happening, you know, because, again, I'm not making any promises anybody's stuff's getting in, so. You know, and if we have a problem with the build, it needs to come back and it needs to be fixed. You know, I enjoyed having Alistair's and Citrus's builds in there, but again, they got to kind of fit with the goals of what we're trying to do here, and we can't have this big discrepancy between, you know, how much one capacity is versus the next. You can see how my example there of, like, you don't want people waiting in line all day. That's going to be boring for people. That's going to be miserable, sitting in line waiting. You know, if somebody's got to sit in line for an hour, like that, how's that fun for people? You know, that's not going to be fun. So we want to keep it fun for everybody, where people aren't sitting around doing nothing. People aren't, you know, always waiting. That they have, you know, it's pretty much clip and go. You know, that's what we want. So, yeah, I don't mean to pick on you, CG. It's just that I'm trying not to have people spend a week on their builds and then be like, oh, it sucks. I thought I would be able to get it in. You know, I want you to know now that, one, there's no promise that you're going to get your build in, period. And two, it's got to be reasonable where it fits in with everything else, everything we're trying to do, you know? Because, you know, there's a couple that I have that people are just trying, again, it's that whole mentality of biggest is always best. It isn't. You know, it's going to be super boring because you're going to get one trip. So you're only going to be able to drive your truck once in a play session. That's boring. If you can make 5 round trips to the dumping facility, I think that is a hell of a lot more fun than making one trip. You know, and we're getting in the realm of what's going to happen is we're going to make one trip. And so you're going to get one trip, and then you're going to go sit in line for an hour, and then the episode's going to end. And so what have you done? You've been filled once and dumped once, and you sat around for 2 hours. That's no fun for anybody. So that's why I'm kind of cracking down on this now, is, you know, that's going to become a problem. I think we can probably kind of agree that that will be a problem if that happens, you know. Yeah, there's been a bunch of people. I keep seeing these bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger dump trucks coming out, and it's like, Alistair's was already way too big for what we were doing last time. And so it's just going to become a huge problem that it's going to get worse and worse. So that's why I'm kind of putting my foot down on that, is it's just, I can see it's going to become an issue. Oh, shit. Those didn't get merged. All right. You know, if people want to bring things in the multiplayer sessions, you know, the best thing to do is get it authorized with me to make sure that it's going to be within the scope of what we're trying to do, you know? Let's see, where's that going? Right about there, probably. 0. The starting position. Start is 0. 0. All right. Let's test this out. Okay, as long as small, like, when you say smaller, is it smaller capacity-wise? That's what I'm talking about. Is like, you know, okay. I saw that. I didn't know if that was the capacity or not. I'm just letting everybody know now because that's, you know, I saw a couple that were like people started building them, and they were gonna be huge, and it's just I'm just trying to let people know now before they get disappointed that they're not gonna be able to use something. You know. Why is this not running? Let me look. I cut something that I should not have. Oh, you know what it probably was? I cut the airline in the back here, I bet. With this. Yep, right here. Right there, I think. Did I cut that? I don't know. Look. Let me look. Let me look. Let me look. Ah, right there. This microcontroller here cut the airline. All right, let's move that then. You know, I like the other thing I can do too is like if people are trying to run enormous shit, I don't mind like, you know, the other thing too is I could fill it up halfway, you know. But the thing of it is, you know, it's I just don't want people sitting around for an hour doing nothing because they're gonna get bored, you know, and that's the big thing that I'm kind of concerned about, you know. All right, let's try that now. You know, I can always, I guess, underfill things, but let's check the turn, make sure, yep, we clear tires. Good, good, good. All right, so we'll load this up. Okay. Yeah, it's I was concerned about, you know, I think you had one comment that it was like the capacity was large and just you know, I saw somebody else's was building a dumper that was absolutely enormous, so I'm just trying to nip it in the bud now before, again, you know, it would suck you spend 200 hours on it with the assumption that you're going to be able to put it in multiplayer, which I've never said, and then you know, you can imagine that would be disappointing. So I'm trying to let people know ahead of time that, you know, it's best to always reach out and ask before you just start doing it, you know, if that's your intention, you know. Let's see, where is that at right there? Rope shovel? Alright, let's try to see if we can load this rope shovel up and see how it behaves. Alright, we'll see you later, Zach. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, let's go rotate right. Get rid of the binoculars and flashlight that are always in my hand. I gotta change that keybind today. Keybind drives me nuts. There we go. Let's go up on back on that a little bit. There we go. Oh, stop. What is it doing? Actually, it's alright. It's just close. I gotta go up on you and up on you at the same time there. Alright. So there's it loaded on. Do the lift. So I'll probably end up putting a lock on here. I forgot to put a lock so far, but... Lock will hold it in place so that it doesn't have to rely on sitting on that, on the mechanism. So I'll probably, I don't know, we'll see how these wheels sink in, but right now they look all right. As I put a hardpoint lock on there, they'll be much more stable. You know, they won't sag any, but it doesn't look like we have much sag there now. Let's take a picture of this. It doesn't take that long to drive that out there, but it is, it's not short either. And so, get a little bit of speed out of this, that'd be nice. Take a pic. All right, there we go. All right, so we're going 12 miles an hour there. That's faster than it travels, so as long as I'm going faster than it travels, this is beneficial to get this on there. How much does my bucket hold? I think 486, I think. 486, I think. Either 456, 486, let me see. 456 divided by 27 is, no, so it'll be 486 divided by 27. Yeah, I have 18 in there, so it's 486 ore. So this is working well here. So this is really good. This works. This will help get anything out there that we need to. You know, will this, like, I know the rope shovel will make itself up there, but you know, so we might unload when we get there, but this will be a little bit easier to get these out there. Oh, that was the Fabian. Yep. Yeah, so this came together pretty well, and like this has no lock on it, so I don't think it might not even need it. It would probably be a smart idea to have it. I might swap out. I'm probably gonna swap out those friction blocks because those cause problems. Like if we hit them on the ground, we're gonna come to a dead stop. Where I think a mag-all's better. Put mag-all in there, so that when it lowers down, it will attach. You know, and then it will release when it raises up. Uh-oh, we're slipping here. This is a heavy bastard, this one. See if we can get it on a little. I need to get a little run going here. What is that comment there, Fabian? I don't know what you mean. 486 ore in the hoppers. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I didn't see that. I thought that was your original message. How's it going there, Alistair? How are you? I didn't realize we're on a hill as it is. I need to get a run to get over these railroad tracks. So try to get a run going. I'm kind of running up a hill the whole time. Yeah, I don't know the viability of this in its current state. Maybe I'll have to get some more RPS out of this motor just to get this to work, but just trying to get a faster transpo method to get this out there, and then it can climb up there itself and then despawn this, but the rope shovel is not light. The game doesn't actually like do well with, yeah, really, you should be able to go down a low gear and crawl up, but the game doesn't like that. It prefers to spin than do that. You can see, so. Why are the front wheels not turning at all? That's interesting. See, I don't know why the fronts don't spin. That's interesting. Interesting why the fronts don't want to spin. Alright, so proof of concept works alright, but it's going to need some work to get it to climb. Let's see what's up. I want to double check the front wheels, make sure see why they're not going. Did that get cut? What the hell? It did. It looks like it did. Yeah, it did. Okay, that's why we got no rear axle going there. So that's why. I've got no front axle rather. Ah, shit. Get rid of that symmetry. So when I cut out one of the items, I ended up cutting that off. So that makes sense. I was wondering why the front was not spinning. So the front was not spinning because the front is not connected. So that gives us some better hope there. All right, let's try that. How's it going there, Simulator Games? How are ya? It is. Yeah, so Alistair, I put out a message talking about, like, no more huge dump trucks. We can still run with yours, like, if need be. What we'll do is, so my plan is this. You know, I'm putting it out because I talk about there's a reason why I made the 785 the size I did, was that I don't want people sitting around for like literally an hour, or like they only have one opportunity to get filled up, and then they end up sitting doing nothing the rest of the time because, you know, you get somebody who's got a huge capacity and then other people have small capacity. So I picked the smallest capacity I could get on purpose, and so we can run some of the bigger stuff. The message was mainly to tell people, like, don't keep making huge stuff expecting it's getting in. Like, I don't mind using yours again because, you know, it's been checked out. It works pretty well. We'll have to check lag, too, but I think we're fine. I think the train was causing most of the lag. But, you know, one thing we can do, too, is, you know, like, if the next person shows up, let them wait for 5 minutes, and then you go, even if you're not full. But, the main reason I put that message out there was I saw a lot of people starting to build absolutely monstrosities, and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's like, there's a reason why I chose the size I did, is that's the size I want, you know, and so everybody keep that in mind, that, you know, one, there's no guarantee you're going to get your build in the multiplayer series. I have to make sure it's not going to lag everything out. I got to make sure it's not going to break down. I got to make sure a bunch of other stuff. And two, I don't want any more huge ones, you know, so Alistair's fine. We've already tested it out. If need be, you know, we can put 3 buckets in Alistair and send him on his way, you know, and that. But, you know, like last time, you know, Rasmus ended up sitting around the whole time and didn't really get a chance to get filled. So the other thing we can do is just, you know, if need be, tell the person getting filled that, up, you're good, let's get out of here. Because, you know, especially also you figure the bigger the dump truck, the longer it's going to take to empty into the facility too. So you end up taking a long time to fill, a long time to empty, which is fine if there's like 2 people on. If you've got a bunch of people on, I'd rather have a bunch of smaller ones, and hopefully, you know, optimized. So just everybody keep that in mind. You know, I've already got Alistair's tested out, and I'm happy to use that one again. But I see a bunch of people, like, they started some builds, and they went to the catalog and picked the biggest of whatever they could. And that is, again, you know, having too many huge machines is going to cause some lag problems. And it's going to cause a ton of logistics problems. So you got to keep that all in mind as well. You know, if we can get to a state, for example, if we get a shovel in there, as you know, an excavator in here as well, where we have 2 mining machines, you know, that makes it more viable to have some absolutely enormous dump trucks. You know, but with, you know, at the moment I'm trying to run small so we don't get all lagged out. So I got to keep all this in mind. Yeah, that's what I just said. I'd up the RPM on it. Literally what I just said. Bang that left side a little bit. Reasonably corrals itself in here. It's actually not too bad to load. Alright, there we go. It actually doesn't even need to be tied down too. It doesn't go anywhere in there. And I'll put a lock on it, but it hasn't needed the lock yet. But stick one on there. It's lifting without the lock, so. Or it's sitting in position without the lock, so I'll put the lock on. That will hold it a little bit more stable. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's give this a run with the front axle is now connected. So, front axle wasn't connected, so we only had 2-wheel drive. Now we have 4-wheel drive, so. Am I started? I already am started. Okay. How's it going there, Rocket Goose? How are you? How does the pulley wheels? So the pulleys wheels they're faked. You can see they have a couple rope anchors there, and then I have 2 medium winches under there. That gives the best performance, and then whenever I winch up, the wheels will rotate in the up direction. Whenever I winch down, they rotate in the down direction. So it's not braking effectively, so I gotta fix that. There we go. Like, my speed's already much higher than it was last time. Like, yeah, we're doing much better now already. Like, I'm still accelerating going up that hill that I was struggling before. It was just, I was down a 2-wheel drive there, so. There we go. Yep, no problem. Nice, nice. There we go. There we go. We're in top gear, too, so. Yeah. No wonder we're having problems. I cut out the front wheels. There we go, 22 miles an hour out there. Like, literally no tie-down systems. It's just sitting nice. It'll probably end up getting tie-downs just in case it slides a little bit, but it's gripped up like crazy, so it probably won't, but let's get a good pick of that. Yeah, so it doesn't need any changes. I was thinking this should be able to handle it fine, and then it made perfect sense when the front wheels ended up not being connected. That's why it was being anemic. Well, like, literally, this has no locks in the back either. And those wheels are not, like, the pivots are holding it perfectly strong, you know? That's working really well. Yeah, it was the smallest cat. It was the smallest cat mining dump truck that's currently in production. Yeah, I'm not gonna name names, but I saw a couple other people like started making massive dump trucks, and it's just like it's gonna be a line of like 5 people who like the last person with those big of dump trucks will not even get to get filled up by the end of the episode. So it's I think it's a lot more fun. You get filled up and you leave and you go on your way, and then the next person shows up, you know. And it's also like I need a little bit of downtime here and there where I can like spawn the fuel truck and stuff like that. So if it's, I don't want the line to get too big. So it's kind of, it's nice having a couple different sizes, but I just don't like, people keep like, it's the old bigger, stronger, faster thing where it's like, oh, just build the biggest of everything. And it's like, you end up getting, that's a big thing in logistics is you want to operate at the rate you're producing. So, you don't need a 1,000 horsepower truck to pull, some light packages. You do need a 1,000 horsepower truck to pull, oversized loads. You're just wasting fuel doing that. You have 28 drivers and they're all sitting around doing nothing. You go broke. You have 10 drivers and they keep timing out because they're doing too much overtime. You go broke. So you need to have the right amount of drivers to the right amount of work. So logistics is all about balancing and getting the balance correct. And so just trying to keep the balance correct. And like, if we get to the point where, for example, we get, let's say we have a shovel and 2 excavators going. Well, yeah, it makes sense to have the big dump trucks because you're going to have me filling one of the big dump trucks, the other excavator filling one of the big dump trucks, and the last excavator filling one of the big dump trucks. And then you have one floating dump truck that, I'm going to fill up first. You go over to here. That makes sense from a logistics standpoint, but it's like you don't want a line of 28 dump trucks because you're paying drivers, IRL, of course. You're paying drivers to sit around and do nothing. And then in the game environment, you've got 4 people sitting around bored to tears doing nothing. And you also don't want somebody to pull up and because like people are waiting, they get 1 scoop and then you tell everybody to go because that's a waste too, so. Just trying to keep the scale correct, and everything running right. No, it's fine. I'm happy to keep using it. It's just, I think the whole reason I kind of, I went a little strong on it was, oh, there's a Roadrunner. The whole reason I went strong and even put up the message was because I don't want people to, like, spend time making beautiful creations that are enormous that they spend 2 weeks working on. And then I'm like, nope, you can't use that. So that's the reason why I went a little hard on this was I'm trying to nip it in the bud because I've seen like 3 people making them. And it's like, I just don't want them to get disappointed when I'm like, dude, we can't have all these. And then they feel like they wasted their time. So I'd rather, like, if people want to make some smaller ones or, it'd be better to have a good variety of size than have, like, everyone picks the biggest possible dump truck they could do. So I'm happy to... yours will be the big one. Mine will be the small one, and let's keep them around 3,000 if we can. If we get a couple 4s, it's not. Well, yours is 4, so I picked 3 to kind of be in between the 2. But like, I'm trying to keep them on the reasonable end. Like I said, I'm not gonna make it so you can't use yours in the multiplayer series. We've already tested it. It works well. It's a good truck. What we'll do is, like, yours takes, what, 8 scoops. Mine takes 6. So, maybe if we have, say, 4 people driving dump trucks, I'll fill yours up with 6 and then send you on your way at 6. And then the next person pulls up and I fill them with 6. And the next person 6. And then if the line is gone and there's nobody waiting, I might fill that person up with more. Because nobody's waiting. And then you come up and I go, okay, well, instead of filling you with 6 this time, I'll fill you with 7 because we ended up taking up the slack. So we can do that as well. But yeah, I have no problem still using that. I'm just trying to nip it in the bud of people making new creations, Because the other thing, or not even making new creations, but making new oversized creations, because it's like, it kind of becomes that thing that if one person does it, then everybody starts doing it. It's like, I'm just trying to get people to be like, no, let's keep it reasonable for now. And then the other thing too is like, I want to make sure that we don't get, the situation where, you know, we spawn all the vehicles. Again, like you noticed last episode, the episode before, I'm trying to stay out of that workbench, except for the beginning. Get everything in, and then stay out of the workbench. And if we get a... you know, I'm not going to, like, bring in 5 new builds in an episode. Like, we tested out 2, yours and Citrus's last time. Those are... you know, we know those are going to work for the most part. Might be a little issue here and there. But for the most part, those work. You know, and we know that. I just don't want 5 in there where, like, 3 of them are broken down, you know, and now I have to go back to the workbench, and then a bunch of people's stuff glitches out because I'm in the workbench, and then the whole episode's ruined because, you know, we tried bringing too many in, so. But I'm happy to keep using it. No problem with that. So I need to grip up the tires in the trailer. The trailer was sliding around because that has no grip on it, and that's so, you know, as soon as the tractor was going slower than the trailer wanted to come around. That's what the Jake brakes were, but there's no Jake on this. This is all plumbed up for it. I have no brakes on the trailer either, so I gotta plumb up the brakes on the trailer. I need to finish T-TIS. So for those who just joined, the plan is, I'm kind of thinking about Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be the major update. And we'll see what time they get it out. Usually they don't get it out early. It's usually toward the end of business. So, like, say, some of them have come out like 6 p.m. their time, which would be 2 p.m. my time. So if you figure, let's say it comes out 2 p.m. my time. So probably what we'll do is I'll do a workshop episode. We'll spawn the beam trawler. I'll do just some general work on it. When the update comes out, I'll record the update video, and then I'll do the upgrades to it for the fishing. If at that point it's ready and it's well, it's gonna take too much testing. I'm not gonna do the multiplayer with fishing that day probably. If everything goes well Wednesday, we'll probably think about maybe doing a multiplayer fishing Thursday. So I think that will be probably one of the best ideas. Because trying to get it done Wednesday is just going to be like, it's going to be a nightmare trying to get everything, all the bugs worked out of it. And checking, making sure that I've set it up right. And it's going to be, go out, fish for 5 minutes. Like, I don't mind bringing some people into the workbench episode. Some members in for doing some multiplayer testing. But we shouldn't expect to be doing like a full-fledged, let's go just fish. It's going to be, let's go and test fishing, and then hopefully if get it working nicely, we can do I got a downshift here. I'm lugging like crazy. I didn't downshift before I tried going up the hill, so you know, and then hopefully Thursday we'll be able to you know, actually do some multiplayer fishing, but we'll play it by ear, see what it takes. Yeah, I didn't sleep for shit last night, so I went out and hung out with my brothers yesterday, and I don't drink much, so I had a couple beers and I have to go take a nap, and so I took a nap and then slept for like 4 hours, and so then when I went to bed at like 3, and then I woke up at 5, went back to sleep till like 6:30. I'm like, oh, that's the end of it for me, so. I got another no sleep night. I got the nap helped, but yeah. So gripping up these tires, but this trail is working really well. Like I do not think I'm making up that hill, but I don't need to. That's not the point of this. The point of this is to get it to this hill, and then let this drive up the hill itself, or get it close even. Like if I had to stop here and unload it, I think it's a success. It's worth doing because I came out here at like 20-something miles an hour, 25 miles an hour. Which is quite a bit faster than this goes on its own. And, you know, it's a little bit more engaging. Like, you know, I'll drive this out here by just going AFK and then fixing it and cleaning my stash in Tarkov. And so, especially like, you know, with the multiplayer streams, you know, I found a bunch of things that I needed to fix on the shovel, and so I have to despawn it. So it's not going to go in as an add-on. It will stay as a vehicle. And then so if I go and edit some things, I have to bring it back out. And so, you know, this makes it so that I can just travel with you guys, and I don't have to send this out the night before. Because, like, if I have a problem with it, I can also despawn it and run it back out. So I just wanted something that I can reasonably quickly get it out here. So, and it appears that this is working, so. Yeah, exactly. A long nap is not good for sleep. My sleep's been screwed up. I changed meds, and that screwed up. All right, so I got off some meds, and the meds were helping me sleep, and that's not. My sleep usually sucks anyway. But yeah, I don't have any ambition of this making up that hill. I think that's a fool's errand trying to get this up the hill. I actually might have the tack for it. We'll see. See if I have the tack for it. I still have the tack to get up to 5th. I'm starting to lose the tack for 5th. There we go. We've got, see, like it, whoever was talking about, like, oh, just increase the RPM. That's not how the transmission works. You gotta, you know, right there in 5th gear going up the hill, I'm losing revs. Increasing the cap on the RPS does nothing because we're exceeding, the load exceeds the amount of power we have. We have to either down gear completely or you would just downshift. You know, so in 4th gear, I'm running 712. If I go up, you notice I'm still climbing, so we're good to stay in 5th. If that was decreasing, like it is now, we need to downshift. Or else we're going to just lose power there. See, we're still losing. That's because we're starting to go up an even steeper hill. I got to downshift again and keep those revs up, or else we're going to end up spinning. So, to watch those revs. We're still increasing the RPM on that engine there, so we're doing all right. Now we're starting to lose it, but we're still at a pretty high RPM. There we go. We're gaining RPM again, which means we're good. We're in the right gear. All right, let's check it on this climb, and we're going to be losing, so we're down to 2. And we're going to probably lose the rest of the way here, so. See, we're still dumping off, and we're going to be toast here. 1st gear is, like IRL, I could probably throw this in 1st, and it would help. In game, it's not going to do that. Like, we're crawling, but eventually it gets even steeper. So, like, we're not spinning yet, so we're still going, but we're barely going. Because once that gets down to too low of a RPM, the clutch is going to have to come out, so. You know, the shovel itself climbs this hill better than right now. So, again, the point is not to climb the hill with this. The point is to get it out here, and then it can climb the hill itself. It's just, you know, this is just for transpo. So let's go ahead and actually stop us there. I need trailer brakes. I'm kind of surprised it's doing as well as it is with the brakes that are just on the tractor. If I could find the button, we'd be in great shape. Well, like, that's no tie downs. There's no tie downs on this. It's just made it all the way here without tie downs, which is good. So it's got a lot of grip on those tracks. All right. So I'll show for the guys who just showed up. I made a bunch of changes. I completely redid the arm last night on this. It's gonna be much better. Before it was its own segment. It had its own subgrid. It had to raise. It had to be held by the pivots, and then every once in a while you would have the ropes trying to lift up the arm, which was causing phantom physics. Now it's all one. You know, it's built in the up position. That fixes a bunch of stuff. I redid the stick. The stick is now rounded like the real one is, and I took off the sideways grippers, which the benefit to that is it's strong enough to hold it in position, but if I use the ropes and I try to pull it, for example, I was showing earlier, let me get this moving straight here and I can show you. Right, so if I push this all the way out, or if I try to pull it all the way up, watch what it does. It will slide itself out. See how it slides out? It is overcoming the friction of the grippers on with the brakes on. Before, what that would do is cause phantom physics, is you're trying to keep it in place, and it's trying to move, so it's fighting, and it causes phantom physics. And so this fixes it so that it doesn't have that problem. Trying to push that out of the way, but it's got too much grip. It's got too much grip. I can't push that out of the way. All right, let's back up. Got too much grip to push it out of the way. I was hoping I could just push it, but it doesn't want to be pushed. You do not wish to be pushed. There we go. No, that's a real tack. Yeah. For the most part, I sometimes I do them, sometimes I don't. But for the most part now, I've been stopped doing fake tacks. It's just like, again, it's like, you know, kind of my thought process. Just, you know, go to the game. You know, RPM's different than it is in real life, and it's like, you know, some builds the numbers important to me because I've driven the real vehicle and I want the real numbers, but like the Pinnacle and some of the trucks, I like it because, like, I want the real numbers that it would be operating at. Oh, stop. I'm getting out of the way. Get out of here. I'm busy here. There we go. I'm trying to do shit here, there. Shovel. So this is kind of, I got to do a zigzag pattern to get up here. But yeah, so I like this new stick a lot. Stick's been simplified. Did a little bit of weight and balance changes on there. Get it balanced out. You can see the wheels on top moving. So those are just when I do the winch up, they go in the right direction. When I do the winch down, they go in the opposite direction. You know, this has a lot less chance of phantom physics. The ropes pretty much spawn pretty close to where they want to be. And then the winches just take up a hair of the slack. So there shouldn't be really too much phantom physics with that. So that should really help improve it. Gotta do the old zigzag here. Trying to find which path I took last time. I gotta go on the tan segment. There. Gotta kind of hang in the crack here, giggity, and work my way up to start with. Actually, I think I went this way last time. Can't remember. I think I went this way last time and then moved to the brown patch. I can't remember. I did change some grip on the tracks too, so let's see how it does. The other thing too is the that truck can help out too if it needs to. That truck will get a couple rope anchors, and it can, you know, it can detach it and then help tow it up too. Just pull it up just to make it a little bit easier. Problem is to turn, I got to cut back some of the thrust on that side, so there we go. Alright, we're sliding now. Where did I go before? It might have been the red patch. I'm trying to remember which way I went. I did change the tracks all up too, so they're different. Right, let's get out of this. And so that's ready to run. Let's pull you. Go. That's got no brakes, so that should probably just go pissing down the hill. It actually does alright, not pissing down the hill. Alright. It's funny, they do have these semis, and then they have these chassis they sell, and they put water wagons on them and everything else, or water tanks on them. That's actually working goddamn good. Pretty good. See what happens here. I gotta probably go left on this one. We'll see. See if it goes straight up. If it goes straight up, we're in good shape. Yeah, it's starting to bog now. There we go. Let it tip to the left a little bit here. See if we can... I'm trying to get it on the angle. I had to go sideways up it last time. I had to zigzag up last time, so... Kind of expecting I've got to zigzag up this time. The aluminum mine's a pain in the ass, it really is. The iron mine's like a piece of cake to get in and out. It's got nice mine roads and everything else. You can get in and out of it, and then aluminum's an absolute pain in the ass. Seems to like be a little bit easier when we get to those cracks because it like will grip a little bit. The nice thing is center of gravity on that shovel is so low that it doesn't want to tip over. Oh, you bitch! You gonna go sideways here? Alright, I need to turn that to the right. So I went that way next, I think, and kind of follow that red line. Let the wall kind of move me a little bit here. I'm trying to just keep some pressure on it. The truck's got a good steer angle on it, so I can catch up with it even though it's kind of a crazy steer angle. Trying to get it up that... I think I might have gone up that red segment, but I got to get us over there, so... Because it gets real steep on that brown again, so... Problems, I'm not going to likely be able to get behind this again. Gotta keep it moving. Let's get to the red segment. Get to the red segment. Get to the red segment. Get to the red segment before you decide to screw me. There we go. Don't go all the way down to the bottom, you dickhead. Shit. Trying to get it turned a little bit too. It's actually not doing a bad job turning it. I got the throttle pinned too, so the truck. So we'll see what I can do. I had to go down to like a grip of like 2 on these tracks. I don't know why I had to go so low in the grip on the tracks. I might be able to grip them back up a little bit. Oh, very nice. We'll take a look at CG. Yeah. I don't, you know, again, I just wanted to make sure people didn't think that, like, everybody could try to get their thing in, like, 5 minutes before an episode. That was the main reason why I was kind of, like, a little bit freaked out there. I was like, I just didn't want people waste, you know, I didn't want people thinking that they were going to be able to get right in, no problem, without any restrictions, and then spend a week building on their build and then, you know, get discouraged, so... I just want to let people know that off the bat that, you know, got to kind of plan a little bit and, you know, ask me if it's going to work and if that's a good one, because it's, I don't want people to, like, spend a ton of time and then feel like they got let down that they couldn't use it. All right, so that's, where is the, I'm trying to find the path here. All right, so main thing I wanted to do here was get that trailer tested. Trailer works great. That brings it all the way out. We're good on that. Let's get that back in. And I don't think I did anything to the trailer. So trailer had nothing done to it. So that is, I think, saved. That's good. I want the semi. I got to fix the front wheel drive on it. That's gonna get saved. And let's grab the rope shovel back, and I'm gonna try to... I'm not gonna go take it out there again, but I'm gonna see what I can get for grip on there. I think I should be able to increase the grip a little bit. Up there's CG's dumper. Checking on there real quick. Okay. Yeah, getting it up over some of those obstacles might be tough. I don't know how tall it is. Alright, let's see. You are saved. Let's check. Make sure you're saved up. You should be. Alright, so I think I've got 2s on there now. I'm going to check it and see, and I'm going to try upping its grip a little bit more. Eventually, you get those tracks gripped up too high, they just squeal. You go, please, no. Grip factor, fine. Next, no. What do I replace with 2s? Okay. Okay. Let's try 5s. See if 5s squeal. Okay. Make sure that's down on the ground. It is. Alright, that's actually not squealing right now. Let's take it for a little run, make sure it's not squealing. There we go. Hear it squealing now. As soon as I took the brakes off, it started squealing. Yeah, so we're not dealing with that. Let's see. Okay. So 5 is too much. Check. Let's try 4. Okay. They're not going to squeal until I shut the brakes, the parking brake off anyway, so. Alright, 4 appears to be working. Run some power to it, make sure they don't squeal. Let me put that bucket up there. So the bucket also, I changed the, changed where the pivot point is, so now I can actually get the swinging, and I can reach right up to the track. So here, I'll show you. Go up, down. I gotta get swinging more than that to get it to do it. Let's get it swinging more, and then we'll drop it. Yeah, it's probably not gonna want to drop with the There we go. There we go. So I can get it right close to the tracks in there in the front. So, all right. So 4 looks like 4 is gonna work. 5's too much. So that's good. So this is double the grip that it had when it tried going up the hill. So that should be better. Little better than butter. But this is the cool thing now is when I try to pull this up more, it will let this slip. See, didn't pull it that much because I think we're rotating, but it lets it slip better now, so there will be less chance of phantom physics. It will slide like that, which isn't a big deal. The phantom physics can be a big deal. So. Boxed out the arm frames like they are. Might box them differently, I don't know. But yeah, so it looks like 4 is going to work. Actually, let's do this right quick. Let's see if I can find add-on editor that I want. Get back. Let's see, lag test can go. I'm trying to keep these clean so that I don't have the problem I had last time where I had 9 million of them. But the trailer's working well, so I'm happy with that. That's good. Let's see. Let's test this one. I don't think this is the right one, but no, that's by the volcano. It's such a pain in the ass to find these. Eventually, I need to go through them or see if somebody posted them. Let's see if somebody posted it. Let's see. Stormworks. Add-on. Editor. Map. Trying to see if somebody tiled these already. Okay, so it looks like somebody did. I don't know if they did Industrial Frontier. They did this one. Trying to see if they did. Let's see. Tile mapper right there. Give this guy a kiss on the lips if it works here. So. Let's see. It's not very easy to see. What is that? What am I subscribing to here? Can I actually zoom into this thing and see it, or are you purposely making me having to download it? All right, let's see if we can figure out the rhyme or reason of this shit. Doesn't look like there is. So 24 is this slice here. Okay, so up and down is so longitude. So this is going by longitude. So 22 is one longitude. 23 is another one. Latitude is the 15, 14, 13, 12s. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right, so that's good to know. Like, I don't have any pictures I can actually zoom in on except that one. Like, this one here is too low res, like, you can't see anything. But that's good to know. So I'm going to use this as kind of reference here. So the all right, so longitude is the no, let's see. Yeah, longitude's is the first number, latitude is the second number. It appears so. Okay. So let's see where I'm looking on the map. So if we go to the map, for Christ's sake, go to the map. So right here is, I can find this spot here. So this is essentially this chunk right here. All right, so it should be step one longitude over to the left. And then, so maybe 2 longitudes and 1 latitude down. All right. 2 longitudes, 1 latitude off of that. All right, let's do that. Oh, what did I just do? All right, let's see. All right, so let's find that one. All right, is it this? This one here. So we want to go 23.9. So I want to go to a 24. So like 24.9 is probably close. It could be 8. So we're probably talking 22 maybe. Yeah, 22 is the left. Let's look at that guy's thing again. Giggity. Where are you at there? It was a web page. All right, so, okay, so it's counting down longitude left and counting down. Okay, so it's down, left, down, down. Down, left, down, down. All right, down, left. So there's my alarm for when I should have woken up. All right, so we want to go to 22. And the levels probably are right. So probably 8 or 9. And we're looking at 21 or 22. So 21 or 22. This might be it here. That is got to be close. So it's got to be, we're right over here is where I want to be. All right, so let's find that again. All right, so that was this one. So we're looking for one more left. So we're looking for 21, 8, or 9, I'm thinking. 21, 8, or 9. 21, 8 is right here. So this is much better. I wish I had figured this out. I do better with latitude, longitude. So that's not where we go up there. Let's see. All right, we're close there. Again, it would be better if there's overlaid the friggin' map, but whatever. Ooh, this might be it right here. It might be the next chunk, so. Where was that? That was 21.9, 21.10, 2110 looks familiar. 2110, it might be right in there. Alright, so let's see. 21.9 is close, so we want to go 1 over. So try 22.9. 22.9 I checked. 22.9 I checked. Alright, let's try putting it right here and see how we do. And we'll see how bad it is. If I need to move it, I probably will, but we'll see. So the other thing I'm trying to think about for the multiplayer mining is if I want to run 2 saves or not. We'll see. Like, I've tested it a couple times. I tested even the beginning of this video where I spawned that new facility that we worked on the other day, and I didn't have any lag with that running. Like, literally pegged at 62 FPS, so no issues whatsoever with that. So I'm curious if we can run the one at the... Oh, look at that, baby. I'm curious if we can run the one at the iron ore and aluminum at the same time. Then I can keep the same save. If not, then I'm going to want to do an iron save and a steel save, or an iron save and aluminum save. We'll see. Let me catch up with chat, guys. But yeah. Yeah, I kind of freaked out about the dump truck stuff earlier. It's just mainly, it's me trying to, like, I hate it when somebody works on a build and then they can't use it, you know? And that's kind of, I just wanted to nip that in the bud before somebody wasn't able to use their build they worked hard on, you know? Tabbed out, so I couldn't raise this. You know, so I just want to nip that in the bud so people are, like, not getting, because people get an arms race where they always just try to build something bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's like, just trying to keep it reasonable. Like, I think Alistair's is the top end of where it should be. But again, like I said, it's not too big of a deal. It just, we reduce the bucket count. Like, if, like, say there's 3 of us playing, it's like me, Alistair, and Citrus, or me, Alistair, and CG, or whoever, it might be better to run 2 big trucks because it's going to take time for people to get back and forth. But if you have 5 people on, it's going to be a long line of people sitting there doing nothing, and so it definitely makes sense to have the smaller capacity. Oh, shit. Come on, quickly, you dickhead. Go. You know, that way people are getting a chance to actually participate and not just sitting there waiting. You know, it shouldn't be waiting simulator. You know, that way, you know, you get a couple buckets, you get out of there, and then go dump, and it's not like, you know, wasting of time. I don't have any sort of speed read on this. So I think last time what I did is I went up that red I went up the browns. The colors are all, like, we'll come up with some names. That is frickin' brown over there. That is orange. That is red. And that is purple. All right. So what I think I did last time when I made it up here was I think I went purple, then red, then back to purple, and then red. So let's try that. You know, again, I think with the truck pushing, we should be able to get up. You know, and then if we need 2 trucks, I'll push it up. You know, this can go out with the trailer at the same time, and then we can get this pushed up. But I got it up there. I had to change the track design, so track design's a little bit different. All right, so I think if I can get it over, let me see. Transitions are tough. So what I want to see where that purple is there, that kind of goes there, that is the direction I went. I got to get on that purple there. So this is worse than last time, it seems. I don't know. This looks worse than last time to me. And it's got more grip, but it's probably what it's doing is putting more load on the motors, so it can't spool them up, and we can't go as fast, and so we don't get any momentum. I don't know. You know, it's kind of the interplay between momentum and grip, you know. Sometimes it's better to get that momentum, get moving fast, and then the momentum carries you up. And then they're over gripped and they just essentially make the motor say, no, not going to happen there, guy. Yeah, because I got to get up to that where that crack starts there and head left where it flattens out again. Yeah, like right now we're already spun out. The other thing I could make is a winch. Here, let's do this. I gotta find the top of that hill, though. That's a pain in the ass. All right, so we spawned right here. So whatever that chunk is, we want to go 1 longitude to the south of that. Making progress here. Let's see. How bad is that brown up there? That brown's pretty bad. I can't remember the exact path I went. I might have actually gone this way and then gone up the brown, but we'll see. Yeah, like one thing I want to start working on after the rope shovel when we, for more mining equipment is, next piece of mining equipment is probably some sort of like huge excavator. And then once we get a huge excavator, we now need 2 lines, and that makes bigger trucks more viable as, you're splitting the number of players running trucks into 2 lines, and then you're also losing a player to the excavator. And so that way, like say you have 5 players, if you have 5 players, 1 rope shovel, and 4 trucks, you don't want the trucks to be too big. If you have 5 players, a rope shovel, and an excavator, you're going to need the trucks to be bigger because you're already splitting the players into 2 different lines, and then your next thing you're doing is you're losing somebody to the excavator too. So now you have 4 players driving trucks, 2 and 2, and so you got to consider that as well. All right, let's quickly grab the add-on editor here. Let's see. Problem is I'm testing this with the add-on editor. 22.9. So we want to go down 22.9. So we want to go down to 21.9, I'm thinking. See if 21.9 is where I want here. All right. No, not really. 21.9's not it. Let's see. No, it would be 22.8. Yep, 22.8. This is it right here. That is it right there, I believe. Yep. 22.8. All right, let's see. So one thing I could do is put in a winch on top here. So like a simple winch up there to help pull it up. That's a thought. Yeah, the mother bin. I'll bring up that mother bin so CG can see. But you should be able to get in with the regular trailers. Again, I'm not guaranteeing everybody's built to get in either, so it's like, just keep that in mind too. Let's load that up. All right, so that's about, I think, 4 blocks. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 blocks to here, I'd say. So it's got to be at least that tall to be able to dump in there, which, like, the regular trailers will dump in there, so. Like, yeah. So. Trying to see what I can do for that. So yeah, it looked like the grip of 2 was actually better because the motors were able to pass that through. So let's try a grip of 3. What did I go? I went 4, right? Yeah, I went 4. So let's try 3s. So that will give us a little bit more grip, but it'll also give us more speed on the tracks. That's the thing that like is counterintuitive with how the game does some of the stuff. Is it it's not exactly how it would be IRL. IRL you would have you should be able to go down to like first gear, and as long as you have traction, you should be able to go up it. In game, momentum plays a big part in it, so you need some momentum. Okay. I think that was it right there, right? Yep, okay. So we'll test this one. All right, so that's with 3. So the motors should spin up a little bit higher now. They're less loaded, and so we should be able to keep them spinning a little bit more. If they're worse than 2s, I really would rather not go below 2 on grip. I would probably do a winch system. So like this is going to be driven out here. The only reason it's a pain in the ass now is I can't have 2 add-ons at once unless it's hard in. So what I would do is I put in just the mission live, put the winch system up. Shit, I gotta raise that up. Put the winch system in, help it get up there, and then I would just despawn the winch, kind of like I do with the fuel trucks. I like the new arm. I was kind of like, nah. I like almost quit a couple times doing the new arm, and I really think it's the way to go now. The new arm is what's good. I think it's going to solve a lot of potential problems. We had some issues, but they were minor, and I think, God, pun intended, minor. And I think that will head off a lot of those problems by making sure that, for example, we don't have the phantom forces when I lift the bucket up. That's gone. I completely got rid of pulleys. Pulleys are cool, but they are causing problems. All right, so we're still going up. So likely what's happening is there's load. No, it's trying to stop now. I can't tell if we're going up or not. It's hard to tell. I think the winch is going to be the safest bet. So let's do this. I should be able to get it to the next set. So let's do this. Let's go back to the workbench. I want to test out the winch idea. I can only go 40 meters too, so I gotta probably do a cart. Yeah, I can only carry the rope 40 meters, so I gotta be careful with that as well. Actually, I can carry an attacher. Yeah, I can carry an attacher that length. Okay, so let's go new build. All right, let's go. Symmetry. It's 150 meters. I don't know how much I'm going to need. Let's just do Big John's for now. I do not know how many I'm going to need. Come on, spell rope correctly and give you a cookie. There we go. Alright, let's see. The all floppy dappies there. Those are good. Alright, let's get a bat in there. Out here. I got infinite electricity anyway, but this will make it work when I actually need to use it, so. Like, they use these, let's see, say it real quick. They have these for, like, if they put an excavator down a really steep hill, they'll have the winch so that the excavator can be lowered down the hill. And then they do it for snow machines, too. Like, you go on some of those really steep hills, they'll use them for the snow machines, too. Where they have a winch and they attach it to a stanchion. All right, let's see where that was. So 22, I think this is it here. 22.9. No, it was 22. That's 22.9 there. And then what are we going? We're going... Crap. It's 21.9. 21.9. 21.8 or 9. Can't find it. There's 21.8. I think it's 21.9. I think it's 21.8. 21.8. No, stop. Nope. Fuck. How am I missing this? I can't. Wish I would remember this one. Alright, let's find the one we had. 22.9 is this one where we're. That one's there. Hill's gotta be here. That's 21, okay. 21.9, so we're coming down one, so try 22.8. Or no, 21.8. I just tried 21.8, it wasn't there. Or 21.9, it wasn't either. So 21.8. That was too far left. So let's try 22.9. Check the thing again. I want to go left is gonna, yeah, going left is gonna be decrease the number. Okay, going left is decreasing the number. 22. Alright, so it's gotta be, we're looking for right here. So we gotta go probably just down, I'm thinking. 22.9, and then we want to go down one. So yeah, that's the decreased second number. So 22, right, 22.8. That's it. Okay. Keep forgetting how this works. All right, let's go vehicle. We'll add the miner. Put it right there-ish. That's about where we've been getting on its own. I drove it up on Saturday, but it was Saturday morning, but I frickin' changed a bunch of stuff. These will go at the peak of this hill. As soon as it gets up here, it's good. So I'm kind of stick it just right here, I guess. As soon as it gets up here, it's fine. So let's get it up to here. Unless I've ruined it now, it doesn't even want to go up this far, but we'll see. Okay. That one's static. All right, save that. Rope, shovel, climb. Okay. Let's test this one out. All right, there we go. Oh, don't you tip over, you bastard, you. All right, let's go grab this. What? Why is this one not working? Are you stupid or what? Fuck, that one didn't get hooked up, did it? Why can't I pull on this? Should be able to pull that. Why can't I pull this? Just coming on my hands is what it's doing, you son of a bitch. Come on. Why? Oh, it's because the ropes are static too. That's why, you bastard. Alright, that's a problem. Alright, that's fine. Let's do this. That's probably what it is. Just need to steal the gear off of it, so. Okay. See, those are trying to behave static because the whole thing's trying to stay static. So that's gone now. And then we'll steal the, of course, it's laying on the ropes, I bet. There it is. Right. And then we want to take this. Why is that not going now? Why you friggin' not moving now, you terrible scum, you? What is going on here? Why does this one not want to behave itself? Interesting. It's not static anymore. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What's going on here? It's interesting. What are these doing? Do those move? Okay. It's weird. I wonder if it's because these are static that it just won't work. If that's the case, this isn't going to work at all. That would be up then. There we go. Usually you can tow these. This is how I do all my tow trucks, is put one of these in a mag-all. I just don't want the mag-all. You know, I usually carry it by the handle, and I take the handle all the way down. Maybe this rope is, because the ropes are artificially super duper heavy. Those are attached to one another. That's inconvenient. Oh, yeah, I left those attached. That's probably the fucking problem with that. You're a big help, thanks. Let's go back here and fix these. Those are supposed to be independent. They're acting weird. All right. I'll catch up on chat here in a second, guys. Yeah, I've been trying to think what I could do with dozers, but can't think of much. Yeah, that's the whole thing with logistics. Again, like, I'm not poo-pooing anybody's builds. It's just that we got to consider that, because, you know, you imagine if you're excited to play and you just sit in line for 4 hours and that's all you do, is that's gonna suck. And I just don't want it. I want it to always be fun for everybody. I don't want it to be, you know, boring or miserable. And so that's just why I kind of think of some of these things. I'm just trying to, like, make sure that, you know, the play session doesn't get ruined because, you know, people are sitting around and they feel like they didn't get to do anything, and that's the only reason I kind of like. And I hate it when, like, somebody build like this. That's one of the reasons why I put in some of the rules for my build challenges. Is I used to hate it when, like, you'd be doing a challenge, like, you know, it used to happen in Jersey challenges all the time, where, you know, the rules would change. Like, it would be a 3 to 4 week challenge, and the rules would change like the third weekend. And it was like, you know, you're like, dude, I've been working on this for 3 weeks, and, like, I saw a lot of people get frustrated and just, like, quit their builds because they, you know, it was like they worked on it for a long time, and then it got made so that it was no longer even viable and you couldn't use it anymore. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to, like, nip some of the stuff in the bud, that, like, hey, I don't want anyone getting their hopes up that they're going to be in the multiplayer series, because I don't want to have, like, 28 new builds in there. I'm like, mine, at least I can know that they're tested, and they still have problems every once in a while, but at least I know they're tested and they're going to go. And if one build breaks down, it's not a big deal. If all the builds break down, it's like, crap, you know, we just wasted 4 hours, you know. And so that's some of the stuff that I'm trying to, like, think ahead of. And so it's And I just, like, a lot of people just, like, feel like I'm always going to, like, let a ton of user builds in. That's just not going to happen. It's like, sometimes that's not going to be what's going to go on, you know? So, just trying to keep people's expectations realistic. These are backwards, you fucking kidding me? Why? Okay, he's got it now. It was because the two of these were connected, he was unable to grab both of them. There we go, just getting too heavy for him to carry both. Of course, I've got the winches backwards, which is silliness. They're inverted, so it makes sense. Oh, don't you go onto the map, you dirty bastard, you... Oh, you fucker! Oh, you suck so much. There we go. Big pain in the ass that is. Ugh. Keep it up. Gotta feed it its blue pills so it can stay up here with us. Let me try to read chat while I'm doing this bullshit. There's never yeah, one small duck's 27. I do appreciate it though. The last multiplayer session we had no use of the crane. That was a pleasure. What's that noise? The other thing too is to consider again, you know, if you're building something for the multiplayer series, just keep in mind that, you know, send it by me before, you know, you get too deep in it too, to make sure it can get it approved, or even like a maybe, if that's your intention. But like the other thing too is just realize how wide this bucket is. You know, the bigger dump trucks are needed because I need to be able to dump it and not spill everywhere too. You know, the small regular on-road trailers are pretty damn narrow. I'd need to go front to back on those to even make them possible to dump in there, and that's even iffy, you know. Oh, I got a stupid rope on me. Get off me, damn rope. All right, there we go. All right, that is hooked up. Let's see if we can get this moving and then winched. That's going down to the bottom of Davy Jones' locker. All right, good. Let's go. All right, good. That's going. And then we'll winch up. I hope the up is hooked on this one. Okay, it's winching in. Yeah, it'd be better if it was higher. But it should give it some help. There we go. It just caught, so it either caught or nah, it definitely caught. The winch is not up there enough yet. Gotta pull in. We're all the way out of 500, so we gotta pull in quite a bit. But aluminum is brutal, man, trying to get up here. How's it going there, Rasmus? How are you? Speaking about build challenges, who was speaking about build challenges? Oh, you fucker. I just put coffee up my nose when I saw that go flying away. That sucked. The winch was set way too fast. It caught and then it threw that off into East Bejesus land. Where did you go, even, you bastard, you? It's out in East Bejesus. What is going on here? Yes, that's not a bright idea. I think the best thing is we'll just bring it up. We'll push it up the hill with a truck or two. I had it going up there. The other last options list. Let's try something else real quick here. Let's go in. Shit. Let's see. Let's go down to a grip factor of. Let's see. Try a grip factor of. Try to think what will be best. Let's keep it on 3. Okay, let's keep it on 3. Let's go back here to. Let's get the add-on out of there. I want to move off of this here, but I'm trying to figure this out. I would like this to drive up the hill itself. That would save me a whole bunch of bullshit. Or pushed up by a truck. The truck, I don't mind the truck pushing it up. That was doing pretty well. I don't want this going too fast, but what we'll do here is, again, sometimes speed is helpful with this stuff, so I'm leaving it on 3. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change the gear ratio because the motors go to full, but with the gear ratios, you know, that reduces the rotations of it. So right now we're at a 27. Let's go down 2, so we'll be, what is that? Let's see. 9, okay, that's an 18. So now we're down to 18 to 1 on these. I gotta get all 4 of them. Click, click. There we go. All right, there's an 18. So we went from a 27 to an 18 to 1 gear ratio. And then we'll try just driving up the hill again because I was able to get it up the hill the other day. I had more sprockets, but we'll see what happens here because again, it's a balancing act between grip and load. You get too much load, you're going to reduce the RPS, and then the grip has nothing to do because you're not spinning the tracks fast enough. You know, so you need to kind of balance between all the different elements to get it to work right. So, all right, let's grab you there, guy. All right, let's save that. I did get it up here on Saturday morning. But that was a whole different track system. That's a good test there, too, to see how it's not going to tip over if it gets on an incline. It go pretty well. It's a real low center of gravity. It's just above where the track connection is. All right, so they will spin faster now. The tracks will spin faster now. They're at a grip of 3. And because they're now up geared a little bit, they will spin faster, which sometimes in game going in a higher gear will actually let you get up a hill better, just because you can carry more momentum. And you know, it's just the way the game operates. It would rather spin a tire to get you up a hill than it would, you know, having no tire spin at really, really good torque. Which again isn't realistic, but again, you know, it's a game. Things are going to be different. You can either play it as it is, or you can just go on Reddit and cry about it all day. And I would rather play than cry on Reddit all day. I don't need to go to the dregs of the internet. There we go. All right. All right, let's try to. We're going to go up this next section here on the left. I have not seen a place better than this for climbing either. This is like the best climbing place right here. Got the best opportunity to get up over here. Oh, come on, dude. I just need to get to that flat purple section is where I need to get to. And then I need to go left. I got it up here Saturday. Being a pain in the ass. Jesus Christ. So the new gear ratio's not doing it either now. Problem too is I gotta reduce power to turn. So I'm reducing power to make my turn, which doesn't help. one thing I could do is this. Let's try this. Nah, screw it. I'm going to get off this for now. But one thing I could do is put the winch on this. I could also get a winching vehicle and put between two objects. I got a bunch of shit I could try. But for the most part, we should be able to push that up with a truck or two and just push them up, you know. Because I don't want to spawn it with an add-on. That's a definitely... I'd really rather not do that. Yep, obviously a DLC. So I built... let's see, Rasmus, what did I build this? I built a new low loader trailer based off the Panther low loader. So I can drive that, I can drive the rope shovel all the way out there. And then that truck will be there to help get it up the hill. So, I'll show you. So this is the new, so I converted the 785 into a semi, which they do have. IRL, and then I have the Panther low loader, which that should get a coat of paint. Okay, that's got a coat of paint now. So this trailer will hold the low loader. And so I want to go like this. Let's cut the two of you. Alright, I'll fix this up later so that can be detachable, but I hate that. I hate the pipe connection, so I wish we could just deselect it. There we go. Alright, so that'll just lock it in position. I didn't need that, but I might as well add it. You know, I think it's smart to add, so. The other system that I was working on, I'll kind of show you. So I've got those two. That's pretty much what I worked on today, and then I've been testing going up the hill and made some changes to this, to the rope shovel. The other thing that I tested that I didn't like the performance, which is kind of neat, this is actually how they move some of the stuff, is they actually have a platform. The wheels are being weird on this, but this is a platform that will actually be able to jack up the, that actually is able to jack up the rope shovel. So you would drop this platform, and then that's things being stupid, and I gotta stop bouncing, you dickhead. Something's up with that. It's bouncing. But anyway, this platform, this was also an option, was you put the rope shovel on, then you raise it like that. It locks in a position. You put this back under, or you put a regular truck and trailer under there, and then that attaches to it, and then you raise the legs, and that sits on top of that and drives off. But you know, I think the method I have is much better going on right now with the low loader. Yeah, almost near the crane. Yeah, so we had to talk about this earlier, Rasmus. I'm putting a limit of everything on 3,000. You know, you're getting loaded to 3,000 max. I kind of put out a message this morning on Discord after, like, a bunch of people are building way too big of stuff. It's going to make it so that people are sitting around doing nothing the whole time. So we can still use it, maybe. And again, I'm making no promises. People's stuff will get in the multiplayer session. I can't spend all session just trying to, like, make sure everybody's stuff's working, and I don't want to spend hours testing everything either. So, like, my stuff's all getting tested for weeks before it gets in there. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, there's a very specific reason why I made the truck. Is I literally picked the smallest cat, open mine dump truck that I could, and it was because I want them to be small. It's the exact opposite of what a lot of people are building is huge. I don't want huge. I want small. So 3,000 is the limit, and you're not getting filled any more than 3,000, and I'm not guaranteeing people's stuff's getting in the multiplayer. There's a reason why I built what I built. Was I want to not have a line 10 people or 5 people long, and somebody has to wait for an hour because they're in the back of the line to get filled. It should be 5 minutes to fill you, then you leave. And then the next person is right there. They get filled in 5 minutes. As they're minute 4, the next person shows up. That person waits for like a minute, maybe 5 at most. The next truck is now full. They leave. So you got 2 on the road driving, and you got 1 coming back. The next person is getting filled. By the time they're almost full, the next person shows up. It should move like clockwork. It shouldn't be a line of 5 people. The last person knows they're going to be sitting there for 40 minutes. That is miserable. And so we don't want that. So, like, for example, like yours is like, yeah, I'm not. And so kind of the compromise I'm doing too is I'm just not going to fill your shit up. It's not getting filled. You know, it's like you're at 11,250. That's going to take me 23 buckets to fill. No. You know, my 785, the reason I built it that size is it is 6 buckets. So, it like, if I can get a bucket in a minute, you know, because they don't dump that fast. If I can get a bucket in a minute, let's do some quick testing here. So it doesn't take long to drill. Let's say it takes 30 seconds to drill. So let's say 30 seconds to drill. All right, let's make that guess. I'll time how long it takes to empty. Because, like, you know, we played for 4 hours last time, and Alistair's did not get full. He left before it was full because he was having brake problems. And Rasmus was sitting there the whole time doing nothing. Well, you're Rasmus. That's who I'm talking about. You're sitting there doing nothing. And, you know, and so then, you know, you imagine if we have like 5 people in dump trucks or 4 people in dump trucks, you're going to have a lot of people sitting around doing nothing, and that's not fun for anybody. And so, like right there, that's that all of them? I think that's all of them there. Did I get all of them? Let's see. Trying to measure and test this. So yeah. So I'm absolutely adamantly against bigger. That's why I'm making such a big deal of it, is because I keep seeing more and more people are just like, oh, I'm gonna build the biggest one ever created, and it's like, dude, this is like exactly the opposite of what I'm looking for, and it's gonna ruin a lot of fun as people wait in line all day long. You know, I know Rasmus is late. That's why I'm talking about it again. For the, you know, is the as we get more equipment, as we get like more excavators, and we start losing truck drivers to excavators. So as a truck driver moves to an excavator, now you have 2 lines. That makes sense to have bigger dump trucks, and that's why they have bigger dump trucks in mine. Is you have a front shovel, you have a regular excavator, you have front end loaders, you have rope shovels. And so they have the huge ones because, you know, you might have 2 in line at once at each station. All right, so we'll do a quick stopwatch here on this. Let me get it. But yeah, that's why, you know, like if it's already built, that's fine. But I just don't want people like starting new builds that they expect they're gonna build huge shit and just like get right in the multiplayer. It's gonna ruin some of the balance. All right, let me try to get this. Where are we at? Stopwatch here. That's why I make it such a big deal of it now, is to try to stop people from starting new builds that cause this problem. All right, All right, so I started the timer. We'll see how long it takes to dump, and I'm just going to double it for that. That's how long it takes to fill. It doesn't take that long to fill, but it still takes me at least, I would say, let's say a minute to fill minimum, and then it takes some time to empty. And then we're going to multiply it by how many buckets you would need to fill it. And now you can start to see the problem as the people behind you are all just sitting there with the thumb in their ass doing nothing. You know? Oh, yeah. Got a lot of thunder going on there, CG. All right, so we're at 40 seconds, and we're not done yet. Still going. It's going to slow down because of the ore, which that wouldn't happen. I should have put probably a container underneath it. But there we go. We're done. All right, so that took 57 seconds. So it's going to take me minimum, I would say, 2 minutes. Let's put in 2.5 minutes for me to fill the bucket, turn, empty the bucket, and go back to drilling. Let's say 3 minutes to get back on the spot. So each revolution is going to take 3 minutes. Okay, so that means that my dump truck holds 6.91, so 6 buckets. 6 buckets times 3 minutes. That's 18 minutes to fill one truck. Okay, that's why I have a 3K max. That's 18 minutes to fill one truck. Okay, Alistair's is at 4,000. All right, so that is, let me see, what is it? 40, 77 divided by 486. That's 8.3, so 8 buckets. 8 times 3, right? 24 minutes. So just to fill Alistair will take 24 minutes, right? Yours is 11,250 divided by 486. That is 23 buckets. 23 times 3 minutes. That's 69 minutes it would take me to fill your truck. Can you start to see, guys, why I don't want huge trucks? It's going to take over an hour before your truck will be filled. So what does everybody else do while they're waiting on you? That is why I'm nipping this in the bud right now. It's ultra realistic. Oh, thank you, Sergeant Chaos. Gifted 4 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that, Sergeant. So if you guys got a sub from from Sergeant Chaos, make sure you thank him. I was reading one of the names. So 3D Tornado, I recognize. I won't say that one. Hoggy, IJK code. So make sure you thank Sergeant for the gift of subs. Appreciate it there, Sergeant. Yep. So you guys starting to see why I don't want that, why I don't want huge caps, why I built my stuff the way I did. Good to see you, Sergeant. Thank you. Appreciate it again. Yeah. Yeah. You know, you can keep it. You can keep it big if you want. Again, like for example, like if we'll use Alistair's. It's been tested. We'll use yours when we can, Rasmus. But again, the thing of it is, I'm not putting 11,250 ore in there. I'm gonna put 6. I'm gonna put 6 buckets in yours. The next guy pulls up, he's gonna get 6 buckets. The next guy, he's gonna get 6 buckets. And I don't give a shit how much the capacity is, because again, you're just making the guy behind you sit. And I made up a diagram. That's what we got into when I started, was like, this is going to be the problem where you end up with a long line sitting here, and or I'll do it real quick again, was the let's delete this. That's why I don't harp on it to be a pain in the ass to people. I'm harping on it to just illustrate the point. Because this is why people who've been in logistics for a while know these things. Is you start to understand the methodologies of logistics and why these things happen. And that's why at mines they don't just buy the biggest thing possible, because that might not be efficient. Bigger isn't always better. Sometimes smaller is better based on your operation, right? You don't want to buy a huge tractor with an enormous plow for a 1-acre field. But you have a 1,000-acre field, you do, There's a saying in farming, it goes, there's 2 ways you can go broke. You can have a new tractor in the barn, or you can have an old tractor out in the field. And the reason is the old tractor is inefficient. Burns a lot of fuel, it's small, it doesn't plow a lot of rows at once. So if it's out there working, you're losing money. And then you can have a big tractor, which the only way you make a profit is if it's out there doing work, because it's so efficient, So there's the rope shovel, all right? So again, if we have guy number 1 here, right? So he's sitting here waiting, or he's getting filled, right? So the 785, the one I built, is 18 minutes, okay? So that's 18 minutes. So I don't know what a round trip's going to take you to drive over here, drive down. Mine empties pretty fast because it has 6 funnels. So it has a pretty negligible empty time. So you're going to have to drive from here. Actually, you could probably go this way. No, I don't want anyone to go down there. Go this way, go down the one area that's approved, go up, go over here, dump, come back. So this travel time, you have travel time. So the pathway is like this, essentially. So this is the path here going out. So it's essentially, not essentially, it is there. So this is the path out, okay? So this is where and you're gonna probably have to go around some of the shit here, but best case scenario is you're going like this, right? To get there. So that's your to from path. That takes, I don't even know how much time. Let's say that takes 18 minutes. Let's say this is perfectly on the money, 18. Okay, so let's say that's 18 minutes. All right, so what that means is if the travel time takes 18 minutes round trip, then we want 2 trucks, right? So 1 truck takes 18 minutes. So as this one starts to fill, this one heads out. And it is now, by the time it gets to here, right, and you add truck number 2, right, you now have this one is now full, right? So now you only have 1 guy waiting, and let's say he waits there for 1 minute. All right, then this guy's full, he leaves. It's going to take him 18 minutes. This guy pulls up, takes him 18 minutes to get filled. Well, by the time he's almost full, this guy's back, right? So that's what we have to consider, and so we start getting those bigger, massive, insanely large vehicles. Now you've got guy 1's going to take 69 minutes to load, right? So he's going to take over an hour to load. All right. Guy 2 is now sitting here doing nothing for 69 minutes. All right. So then you go off and you go to dump, right? So it'd be, 51 minutes. So you're going to have 51 minutes to wait. Or, well, not 51 minutes to wait, but so you go there, right? So you go, this guy now fills up. Let's say he has a reasonable size one. It takes him 18 minutes, right? So you are going to have to wait for 18 minutes behind him, right? So you're now back behind him. You're going to have to wait 18, let's say you show up right on time. If you show up right on time, you're going to have to wait another 69 minutes to get filled. And he's going to come around, and he's going to have to wait 51 minutes. So he has to wait 51 minutes for you to get filled again. So this guy here, this poor bastard here, he waits all day long for you to get filled. And that's why I don't want huge capacities. What I want is, at most, I want somebody waiting at very most 20 minutes, because it's going to take you about 20 minutes to get filled too. So if you wait for 20 minutes and it takes you 20 minutes to get filled, that means you're going to be sitting there for 40 minutes, barely moving, and then you get to drive somewhere and have fun driving, and drive back. And that's why I really want to get this in control of where we're going. Now we get a second miner in there at some point. Now you can split the lanes. So one guy goes there, and then this guy now goes here. And so you got 2 waiting, so you got 1 being filled, 1 being filled, right? So that's why, I'm kind of being a huge stickler on this right now, is it's getting out of hand, so it's fine. We can take your dump truck, you can have fun with it, but you're not getting, whatever the 23 buckets, you're getting 6. And so when you're done with your 6, you leave. The next guy gets 6, he leaves. The next guy gets 6, he leaves. 6, 6, 6. That keeps everybody's wait time down to a maximum of 40 minutes. All right, that's the whole point of doing this, is I don't want people sitting around getting bored and just being miserable, That makes sense to everybody? I'm happy for the people who already have their stuff built. Rasmus and Alistair are pretty much the only ones who have oversized stuff already built. I'm happy to, we can keep using it, just we're not gonna fill it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I know you probably couldn't have seen any of that. Yep. Yeah. I'm just letting you know, because a bunch of people are getting inspired by other people's builds, and I've been seeing people build, so I just want to let everybody know what to expect in the beginning before they get disappointed when, they can't get theirs used, or they can't do it, Yeah, I know. Yeah, I see. You can't see now. Yeah, so pretty much, again, it's just, people are going to be lining up forever, and I'm happy to use them, but we gotta just keep that in mind of what the goal is, and not to have a line of people, waiting for an hour before they even get to play the game. That's miserable and boring. Yep, we got some pictures from Sergeant there. Sergeant's building a mover too, I see. Oh, he's got a train mover. That's neat. We'll bring it up and show everybody. They got a train mover on the tracks. Moving the old LeBaron. Yeah, luckily those weren't too bad to drive out. Now with the new trailer, I can take the rope shovel out there at 25 miles an hour. So I can get out from here. I can get out from the I get out from FJ to here at 25 miles an hour, and then I'm going to try to use that dump truck to just push up the hill. We might need another dump truck to help us get up the hill, but we'll be good. What? Yeah, so let's look at some excavators. I'm not starting on an excavator right now, but I've kind of got a hair across my ass for mining stuff. But let's look at some excavators. Three. Actually, I'm gonna let's go do a quick coffee break. But yeah, I know, Rasmus, you're just building that for yourself too. I'm just like, a bunch of people are trying to like build it, and they're, and it makes sense. You see some of your friends getting to use their stuff in multiplayer, and you're like, oh, I'll build one too. And then I'm just afraid people are gonna start doing the arms race where they just try to build the biggest stuff they can, and it's gonna cause problems. And so I'm just letting people know ahead of time, so that if they want to build something different, they can, and if they want to keep building what they're building, they can. But just to keep that in mind. So like I'm thinking something like I don't know if I want to do a front shovel again, because I just did a front shovel. But the nice thing is, doing a front shovel, I'll build the chassis. Well, it doesn't. Either way, if I build an excavator, I can use the same chassis and change the arm over. And so likely what I'll do is build the chassis, and then this is a front shovel, so it does what the rope shovel does. It digs up, and then you have the other one which digs towards the body, and so it would sit on top of a pile like this. So like this one here sits on top of the pile, and it digs towards itself, and it reaches down. So you have the two different types, and what I would essentially do is I would just build probably this frame, and then I would build just do two different arms on it. And so it'd be the same one with two different arms. Because, once we get to that stage, again, we can, if, you essentially keep putting buckets into somebody until there's a line, and then you send them on their way, So we can do that. But I'm just making a big deal about it because it's like, I'm just afraid people are going to build a bunch of stuff and they're not going to get to use it because it breaks it for everyone else, and then they're going to be disappointed they spent their time on it. So I'd just rather everybody know what to expect, and if you want to build something big, you can build it. Just it's not getting filled, and got to make sure, we got to really test everything out too. My other fear is we get let's say we get 5 builds in the multiplayer game, and 3 of them break down, we're pretty much screwed for the episode. Because I don't want to have to go on the workbench, because that causes can cause some problems in the game. So everybody, please test their stuff. Like, Alistair's problem didn't really do much to us. He just had some breaking problems, but we're still able to operate. But like, you get a build that like, oh, it works for 10 minutes and then it stops working, and we're gonna have problems with keeping up. Now you've seen the map again. Jesus Christ, I'm clicking slowly. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so this is the cat excavator, the 6040. So what the thought process is like one of the next ones I'll build is like a 6040, and it will have the front shovel for front pulling, and then I'll stick on, take the same chassis and put this arm on it, and so that way it can go the other way too. But yeah, build both chassis essentially. Build one chassis and then build 2 arms to go either way. But I do prefer this type because it's clamshell, and I think the clamshell is cool. The other one, it's a pain in the ass to get a dump to work like that, because you've got to hide drills in there, and they've got to be pretty damn big. Like, I can't make them too small because you can't get a drill in there. I got to get a drill in there. I got to get a hopper in there, and I have to get funnels in there. It starts, like, you got to be pretty damn big to get all that stuff in there. But yeah. All right, I'm going to go for a quick coffee, and should be good to continue after that. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I am returned. Sorry about the mic noise there. Alright. Catch up with chat here. John Deere 6040 probably is. A Euclid truck? That's cool. When you do you have a picture of it? I can look it up. Remember that. The other thing I was thinking too is like an articulated cat. Yeah, of course I like well the cat thing. What is it? I'm gonna look for the Euclid here unless you have a let's see if I can. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Oh. Press cover screen instead of display capture. There we go. I'll try not to miss hitting display capture, so I'm trying to show you pictures you can't see. These are neat. Yeah. That's a neat one. Yeah, I think, personally, I think the more fun is the more trips you take, because, like, you're in a dump truck, you're literally moving 10 feet, like, every time I need, like, oh, move up 10 feet, move up 10 feet, where I think it's fun to, like, you get filled, and then you get to drive off to the facility and dump, and then come back. And so I think the trips are what makes the gameplay interesting for more people, and so, I think that's why I lean towards more of the smaller size too. Is it gives you those trips, which is more fun. But this is a neat truck here. What's that? The twin duals in the front. Those are neat. I like the color scheme too. That's probably something you could get to be reasonable in game. Hitachi. Let me see. Cat. Let's see. Stand by. I gotta make a note. Stand by, guys. I gotta do something. I have no pen. Where's my pen? All right, so let's see. We've got these are pretty cool. These articulated trucks here too. See, I was doing one images. I kind of wanted that. Yeah, it's a 745. That's more. Again, this gives you more repetitions. This allows more people to kind of get in and operate. Let's see, what else was I looking at here? I might start working on a friggin' excavator. Kind of like, the rope shovel is working well. It's it's not finished, but it's like a lot of that finishing work I'd rather just do off screen because it's like me just doing panels is pretty boring. So it's like this sort of stuff I'd rather actually just I'd rather build something on screen than just do like that. So let's see, what is a cat 6040? Cat 6040 diagram. Some of the guys missed it, probably the guys who showed up later, was the, I did a bunch of work on the rope shovel. I'll show you guys that while I'm here doing this. I started at a weird time today because of my sleep schedule all screwed up, so I end up, I've shown people, the guys who've been here the whole time have probably seen this 4 times at this point, so I keep having to go over stuff over and over, so apologies to the guys who've been here from the beginning. But did a bunch of changes on this that I think are going to be better too for multiplayer. Is I cut down, so last night the arm is now permanently raised like that. It's one body, so it's no longer a subgrid. Though the winches work differently now, so those are hard fixed. No more pulleys. They're just winches there. That makes it much more reliable. I put in a round armature for the stick, which is how it is on the real one. And also I got rid of the sideways grippers, and the benefit for that is if I start winching up, it's going to want to pull that bucket forward, and before, the sideways grippers would not allow it. See how it just slid? So now it will actually slide, which also helps from getting weird phantom physics. So this should be a lot better for, phantom physics problems now, like this. So I think this is all saved up. And then also the way I put the pivot point, you can see I can get the bucket. You gotta let it swing, but I can get the bucket right up against me. Because there were some nodes that I was only able to get it to like that close. And so I'd have to back up. Now I can actually, if I get it swinging just right, I can get it to drop right in front of my tracks. So that's good. I'll see you later there, Alistair. All right, good. All right, let's, yeah, so I kind of want to build something. I'm going to get in the fishing mode. You know, I talked about earlier. Planning on, you know, likely the devs tend to come out with these updates at end of business, so probably won't be even till 2 p.m. my time. So the plan for Wednesday is I'm going to do a workshop episode. We'll go ahead and we will work on the trawler. Then the update should come out, and then I plan on working on the trawler, or the, yeah, it's a trawler. Working on that boat to get it so that it works with the nets. So that's going to take a while to make sure everything's working, to test it, to test the new mechanics. I'm going to have to make a new world, a new save, you know, live, which won't take long, but I have to do it and then see where the fish are, look at the new mechanics, get it working. And then what I would hope to do is Thursday, I'd like to do a multiplayer fishing stream if the boat is up to snuff. So keep that in mind. We'll talk about that Wednesday. We'll see where it is. If I'm still trying to figure stuff out, if the boat's not ready yet, you know, we'll have to push it off. But that would be my hope. And so if we do that, keep an eye out, guys who are multiplayer qualified to. I'll put up a new poll. That's how I think I'm going to do it. That worked well last time. Was I put up a poll in the multiplayer sign-up. It's only open to the people who are pre-qualified for multiplayer. I've got a bunch of the guys who've been around forever, and members are all in there. You know, members, patrons are all in there, and Twitch subscribers, you know, are all in the multiplayer authorization already. You guys can see that, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll see who can attend, you know, and then we have a back. You know, we pretty much, I'll be joining, I'll not be joining, and then we have our people there for that episode. So I'll put that up, you know, once we figure out what's going on. But that, I think, sounds like a good plan. And then, you know, we can get some old fishy going. So I think that will be fun. All right, let's see. What are they working on? Let's find those diagrams. Diagrams. Actually, I'm going to go grab pizza real quick. Be right back. Quite excited for the fishing update, so I'm trying to get mining out of my mind, so that when we get to that, I'm happy to switch over. So these are good pictures, but sometimes I struggle. Okay, this is good. This is the actual manual. Stand by. I gotta keep you guys off display cap for a second. I gotta download something. All right, downloaded the PDF, so now I can show it. All right, so this is the CAT 6040 FS hydraulic shovel. So let's see. Operating weight is 397 tons. That's nuts. So, okay, so I'm looking for some of this terminology too. I like to learn some of the terminology. So apparently a face shovel is, if it goes forward, backhoe is backward towards itself. So this would be the backhoe. Forward would be the face shovel. Let's see. My audio sounds a little weird. So either a 2032 horsepower motor or a Cummins. Ugh, why would you put a Cummins in this? Ugh, gross. Go with a cat. Why do you put a Cummins in? Ugh. Put that red garbage in there. 28.8 yard bucket. We have a, yeah, they're both the same bucket, so that's interesting. Let's see, operating weight. Oof, that's brutal, dude. 876,000 pounds. That's nuts. This is interesting, though. Like, if you look at the ground pressure of 34 psi, that's the important thing is, you know, how much weight is actually being pushed down. Like, sometimes you get some of those equipment, like, they're actually less than a much lighter truck because of the footprint. That's neat. So there's electrical diesel drive. Okay, this is really good. This shows exactly the measurements. This is what I like to see. So this is really good. This is cool to have. So I'm gonna build up the chassis of this, and then what I'll do is I'll switch out the arms. This one does have the backhoe and the front hoe, backhoe and the front face available. So here's the front one with the backhoe attachment. So there it goes, face shovel attachment, and there is the backhoe. The cool thing with the front face is you usually have a splitting bucket, so the bucket opens up. Why is the police driving by? Hopefully they don't stop. So that's yeah. So I think this will be kind of cool. So this is like really has some good detailing here. So that's good. We'll go off this and we'll start working on this. Oh, this is neat. It even has this. I wonder if they have one of these for the 7495 that I didn't see. But excellent. Oh yeah, I like Terex too. What is it? The RH400? Let's look it up. Yeah, I like Terex. RH400. Yeah, Terex would be cool too. I just like to stick with my brand, but it's yeah, I like that. Terex is neat. All right, so we're going to start with the face shovel, I think. So we're going to look at this. We have the width. We have the height. We do. So shows us the height, the width, the height, the length, and do we have width? We have width there. So I'm going to measure this out. This is how I started with the rope shovel. The most important thing is how the hell am I hiding a drill in there, and how the hell am I hiding funnels in there? And ducts for storage. And so we gotta build the frame out of that and then see what it can hold. So that's kind of where I like to start because we need certain things in there just to make it functional. So all right, this should be saved. Let's grab a new one. All right. All right, so we'll do the front shovel first. All right, so I'm going to make this the shovel itself. So let's go ahead and we'll go purpley. I gotta convert. Well, no, I don't. It's got millimeters. So let's see. It is 3,400, so 3.4, 300. Yeah, 3.4 meters tall. Let's see, Let's go. We'll go up 1 on it because I'd rather be over than under and have the space. So that's the height on it. The length is going to be, let's see. We're talking, we'll do 4 1/4. So we'll go 4 off here. So this should be big enough. There's 4 right there with that. It's 1/4. And then width, we're talking 4.7. So we'll do 4.75. So that right there. Ooh, look at that. Ha! Professional here. All right, good. So this is our basis. So this is how I did. You know, I did a lot of this off screen last time, so I'm trying to do it on screen now. This looks good. This looks like it's gonna have enough space for what we need. So that's really good. Yeah, it would be good, Rasmus. If you build that, we can use it in multiplayer, and then we can have you know, some more machines here. Let's finish up some pizza. It's actually a really good size. Yeah, this is good. This is really good. So it's gotta be rear dump. So let me just get these in. Jesus, we can go even wider. Sorry, guys, I'm munching on pizza. If you can hear it, let me know and I'll mute it out. This is gonna probably have bigger capacity. Let's see if I can get a cat 74 95. See if I can get the same PDF for that. I could not find that PDF for the it used to be a Bucyrus Erie, and so you know when they did this changeover, they might not have the same one. They might not have it. That was the Bucyrus Erie, and they switched over, and now you know it's owned by Cat. But I have an electrical diagram. That's real helpful to know where the resistors are. Yeah, so I don't see that like same manual. So that could be why when they bought Bucyrus Erie, they you know, they didn't do the manuals. Because Bucyrus might not have had the public manuals like that. Oh, let's be smart about this here. One more. Ask her, we'll do it here in a second. Get the coal out of there. Put coal in if I need it. But this looks like, so far, this is going to have bigger capacity than the 7490. Let me see if I can find 7495. Bucket capacity. Okay, so the dipper holds 30.6 yards, and this is supposed to be 22. So, you know, I'll try to keep it kind of scaled the right way. I don't want it to be more than that because it, you know, wouldn't be more than that. Try to keep it a little bit on the low end, you know, or lower. That's a lot. You know, that's 2/3 of the amount that the other one holds. So I have 18, I believe, on that one. What's this one? That would be 15. 15 times 27. That's 405. So that's probably pretty good there. I still need to put the split in there, and I need to put funnels. So. And then I need to put in XML blocks, and I need to put in the mechanisms to tip the bucket. So it looks like we've got more space than we really do. Because it clamshells, so I gotta make a clamshell. So that'll be good to have that many funnels. That's got a lot of funnel faces, so that should really help to get it emptied faster. Like, you know, it took me 57 seconds to empty the rope shovels bucket, so probably there maybe. Oh, nice. Terex Titan. That's cool. All right, so I'm making a Caterpillar, also known as a Pat 6040. So I'm bringing the diagram up. I gotta keep looking through the diagram anyway. So that is this bag Johnny right here, hydraulic shovel. And so there's two versions. There's the front shovel, and there is the backhoe. And so I'm gonna build the chassis, and then I'm gonna do front shovel, backhoe. I'm gonna do both versions. So what I'm doing now is I'm building the bucket. Bucket's kind of the most important thing to make sure it's gonna work, make sure it has enough space. This is the right scale that should be doable. So that's what I'm currently working on, is fleshing the bucket for it. There's a lot of work still to be done on the rope shovel, but I'm kind of at the point where I want to start doing some. I can do a lot of that off screen, and I want to get this work done. Let's see. I think of how they clamshell this. So, just trying to get the general shaping of this for where it's going to clamshell. So all of this is going to tip up, and then this will be the back plate here. So with the way that this works, I got to get this set up right. Better there. That go to the top of the shackle? That does go right to the top of the shackle. So that's where it's going to actually attach up there. Oh, stop. And then we'll put teeth in there. It's a little bit too symmetrical. I gotta screw with it a little bit. I gotta make sure all the internal workums are working here. So the nice thing is I probably can make it so that the I was just thinking, I'm trying to think. I was just thinking. I probably don't need to put a XML block in the bottom so the drills can reach. They're probably going to reach fine where they are. So they can drill through a block, not interfere. So. We got cat business here. He needs to be turned on. He's sitting here. There he is. He's joined me. All right, so first thing I want is proof of concept done, and then move into actually, you know, making it pretty. No point in making it pretty if it's not going to work. Might extend the, like, this is showing full teeth length on it too, but I, let's see, can I push that back one? Nay. Can't be pushed back one, so that would work, and I can XML a block maybe in there. Alright, so that's kind of what we're working with for just the basics of the bucket at the moment. Alright, now I have to make her split. So theoretically, I could start with this up to get it tighter if I need to. I'll try it with it down and locked. That's right where the 1x4 is. Yeah, the 1x4 kind of screws me there. Shiza. Let's see. Can I get a 1x4 in there? Probably not. Let's see. This is screwy right here. That's going to be a problem there if I cut too much there. Huh. That screws me a little bit. I don't want to go further forward on this. I really do not. This should drill faster than the other one. I think whereas this is going to clamshell here. See, that's the 1x4 sticks over there, so I don't really want that. It's a pretty small sliver that actually stays. Alright, so slim that up a little bit. Seeing as the rope shovel has 3, and it's pretty quick, I think I'll do is I need an XML block in here anyway. So I'll probably end up putting the big, what is it? It's not 9x9, it's bigger than that. It's got to be 12x9 or 15x9. Yeah, 15x9. So put a 15x9 blacked out XML block in there. That way, that should hopefully hide all this, all the workings. The other thing I do is go down to 2, which won't be that slow. Got a smaller capacity, so we shall see. And if I cut a set of funnels, which we have more than enough funnels, let's cut a set of funnels. I want an XML block in there too, so I'll probably cut the center funnel as well. Step that back. That should be the top too. I gotta sculpt this a little bit better on the top here. So let's trim out the whole top section. Oh, come on, just cut, you bastard. It won't cut. You're annoying. Try not to make it overly tall, so I should start actually cutting it in probably earlier. Let's cut there. That's the max height it's supposed to be, so I don't want to go over that. Plus I've gone like, usually like one block or so above that anyway, so it's already a little bit on the bigger side than it would be. Yeah, it's not bad there. I want this to be here. It stops. I don't know. The bracket, because it's front, the bracket slopes forward actually, so let's, yeah, the bracket goes forward because it is a front shovel in this. So the bracket's going to be kind of in here anyway, so let's keep sloping it forward, I guess. And the arm's going to be attached to it, so yeah, I'm not in the beautification pass yet, but let's catch up on chat. How's it going there, Laxon? How are you? Yeah, I'm building this scoop for a Caterpillar 6040. It's going to be a Pat 6040. How's it going there, Cheesecake? How are you? Yeah. Engine you were working 5 minutes ago, and I haven't touched anything to do with you since. What changed? What? Oh, okay, I see. He's talking to Rasmus. I thought it was something in reference to I, and I'm not sure what you meant. You gonna start kicking me in the guts, cat? What are you doing? Starts getting all rambunctious, then he starts kicking me in the guts. Daddy, you don't need guts. You don't need guts. Need your guts. I assure you, sir, I need my guts. I'm well needful of my guts, sire. Alright, so let's try to get this split. So, it's kind of what I did last time was, I've kind of got the colors backwards, but that's not the end of the world here. Let's see. So I kind of did it modularly last time. I built it in parts. I did the arm, and I did the bucket, and then started building the chassis and put them together. Just want to make sure each set of parts functions as desired, and then, you know, you can continue on, you know. If it stops working, I got to get in there and fix it. And then I need to put some sort of mechanism to split it. I think where the pivot point will be. I think how to get those. See, I might have to split this out anyway. Probably just cut it right in here, say. Try not to make it too complicated, because that gives us problems where it might say, nope, not working. Again, you have physics on high, like, you don't need huge pivots, and a lot of people are like, oh, add weight to it. You don't need a lot of stuff if you just, like, run the game how it's supposed to be run on high physics. It's actually quite remarkable if you play the game the way it was intended to run, it actually runs pretty well. You try to run it opposite to what it was supposed to run, and then, you know, it's there so that a potato PC can just run the game. It's not there to actually experience all the stuff. You're, like, giving up some of the ability of the game so that something that should not be running the game can run it. And that's the issue a lot of people have, is they have, you know, this false expectation that, you know, it looks cartoony, so it's simple. It's like, no, it has an absolute ton of logic. Well, right, so there's the bucket. That works pretty well. Keep it simple and clamshell it. Like last time I did the same thing. I started with the bucket first, and then I made it pretty. So I'm going to do the same thing here. And this here will get a, if I can find where the hell I am, right there. Cat, please, don't engage. Let's see. That's good, okay. And then what do we need? This might show the funnels. I might have to slide this one direction this way. Trying not to have stuff show. All right. Let's see. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. All right, I need a block. Alright, this is be 9 by 15. Put that up in the XML. Alright, 9 by 15. see. Let's update that. Let's go jump back in. That should cover the front and the rear. But really been enjoying making the mining stuff. It's be a nice little break to get off. Oh, what the hell? Did I measure wrong? 15. Okay. That was the number I put in there. What are you there, guy? 9. 9 by 15. Did I not just type in 9 by 15? What the hell is going on? 9 by 15. Okay. Looking at the numbers now. Looks like a 9 by 15 to me. What the hell? Measure it again. It's 15. I just looked at the numbers. The numbers were good. 9. What the frig? 9 by 15. How the hell is that not 9 by 15? It's bad. What the hell? Okay, the 9 is fine. The 15 saying no. Why? It's weird. Oh, it was hidden underneath. That's why. Okay, I was gonna say. All right, there we go. All right, we'll see how garish the funnels looks, because should be able to, because if they're all the same color, they're harder to see. So, okay, that's all together now. Let's see if I can find. Let's see, I'm trying to see if I'll play Tarkov or not. See. Might jump in Tarkov, guys. Stand by. All right, let's see. Let's get this one merged up. Let's just do it simple there. Go back, grab that, go like that. Delete you. Zing. All right, so now that's completely pretty much hidden, except for here. So that's all hidden in there, all the workings. Oh, that's the benefit of making the big stuff. You actually have the space to hide all that. And, like, it doesn't need to be this big either. That's hiding... That could hide up to 5 drills. I had to take it out just for the XML blocks. But, like, if you look here, you can see, you can just barely see the shimmer. But if I color this the same as those, you won't see them. And then the other one that I'm concerned about is seeing the shimmer of the motors and stuff. But you can see, like, I threw my flashlight away, but you can't see anything there. So, like, that's not going to be bothersome. And then, of course, this will get some decoration. But that's the size of the bucket. You know, and then pretty much I'll use the same bucket. I'll just I'll just get rid of the clamshell. And what I'll do is I'll put the drills on the back side. The funnels will go on the front side. And so as you drag the bucket, it's going to drill the ground. And then when you curl it out, I'll do it based on tip, and it will dump it. So, I think that's a cool idea, you know. You know, it's the standard kind of stormworks thing is you never finish your build and you kind of go on to something else. But it's like, you know, looking at what I have for builds, like the 785 is pretty much done. I'd like to get that out to you guys, so I'll try to wrap that up. I want to do some more testing, so we'll do some more multiplayer mining before I release it. But the rope shovel is going to take a long time. The rope shovel is a big project. The rope shovel needs all of its interior stuff in here, all of in here. Engine room needs to be worked on, you know, all that stuff needs to be done before this is done, you know, so, and we'll see if I even get this one out. It would be nice to, but we'll see. A lot of testing on this to get the physics to work right and everything else. So the reason I'm kind of going off of this and not just finishing this is I will be finishing it, but it's going to be like, this is good work for me to do while I'm, it's kind of boring just watching me do more panels and stuff like that, and then like try to dress out rooms. Like if I feel like doing it, we'll do it, but then sometimes it's nice to just put on some music and groove to it and just fill out the interiors. But this got a lot of work last night off screen doing the brand new arm. So like right now, if you look at the merge, it's all one body. That's going to stop a ton of issues. I like the new system better where it actually can force it to slide a little bit, because that anytime you get two objects that like, are fighting against each other, you can get phantom physics. So this will actually slide that out and protects from phantom physics. So that's really good there. All right, I'm going to catch up with chat, and then I think I'm going to we'll jump off, and I will go play some Tarkov. Let me quickly catch up. Yeah, the blue lines have never bothered me, and I have never removed them and have no intention to ever remove the blue lines. They don't bother me. Never had any desire to remove them personally. Yep. Yeah, I could see why, like, if you're painting, but, I've never, that's just something I've never been interested in. It's interesting, like, the different things. Like, for example, people like to do the quick keys. That's not something I do. So it's a good tip, though, from Cheesecake, if you wanted to get rid of those lines. He says you can disable the directional arrows. The blue lines will also go away. But I've never, I kind of like them. I count off of them. That's one of the reasons why I personally keep them, is I like to count off the lines, and I know that the middle's 9, and so it makes it a little bit easier for me to find where my counting points are. That tends to be why I keep them. Do you want me to make a custom transporter train car for the bucket crane? Bucket crane. What are you talking? No. I made something today for it. I appreciate the offer, but I made the Panther low loader, so it's already done. Yep. And then the truck's gonna push it up the hill, so it's actually better to get it all the way to the hill and then have the truck push up the hill. Does anyone know why my flywheel is at 10 RPS and the clutch just afterwards? Not sure. No idea, CG. Posted build help, and somebody could probably look. I'm going to jump off here in a second. But thank you, Sergeant, again for the gifted subs on Twitch. I appreciate that very much. If you guys got a gifted sub from Sergeant, make sure you give him a thanks for that. That was very nice of him. Let's see, what else we got here? Yep, so Wednesday we'll do the stream, checking out the new stuff and working on that boat, and we'll see if we can get a multiplayer stream in on Thursday with fishing. That's kind of would be nice. So thank you guys very much, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.